All right. Gators is a decent druid. No shit. Yeah, I think this is the first time we've seen Gators in DFC, dude. So I don't know much about him coming in. But yeah, he took the first round. From Chris here, at least the first round, I should say. It's an interesting duel that's going on here. It's the classic. It's probably the most I don't know if you can call it the most exciting, but it's definitely the most common type of duel that we're all learning what it should look like, what we should do, because we see this duel so much in the DFC and in PvP in general. By the way, holy shit, CJ, man, thank you so much for those 5 gifted subs, my dude. Holy shit. Bro, that is awesome, and that really does mean a lot, dude. I can't tell you that enough. Like that's huge. That means the world to me, and I want to give you a special cheers and 4 more where this came from. Thank you so much, CJ. Yeah, so it looks like Chris is in trouble here very, very early. And you notice him barricading himself in this corner? What he's trying to do is he seems to be confused as to what angles and how he's getting caught by Gators here. So he's barricading himself in that corner to try to cut the angles and at least cut down on Gators' summons with those teeth. But the only thing with that is if Gators does catch you and doesn't really give a fuck about those teeth, and he ends up getting up close and personal, if he gets the right angle, it's almost impossible for you to escape. Like you're gonna take a NATO at that life total, and it's probably gonna kill you. And you can see what Gators is doing. You notice him. He does stomp opportunistically, but he's very good at getting below his opponent in case Chris walks down. Which, as we know, just like that, just like that right there, like that was a very good telly, a very good NATO that he threw. And because we've seen this matchup so much, we all know now that like what a Necro's trying to do in this matchup, right? We know what a Necro's trying to do. Oh man, we saw that coming. We saw that coming too. Whenever you teleport away from a druid, you probably want to get off their screen because a really good one will probably have you name locked like that. It looks like these guys are from different servers too, so they might switch it up. It looks like they might switch it up. It's possibly either I'm gonna guess 3-0 maybe on North America if they're switching. But yeah, we know it so much. We know that the Necro is trying to walk down, right? It's a very effective strategy. We might lose this connection here because he'll have to fire up and go on a different server. But yeah, that's the strategy for the Necro. You walk down, and the Druid, if he stomps you, he doesn't really have a good angle on you. So a good Druid will try to cut you off and get below you so that he can throw NATOs up and that you walk into him. He doesn't really have a good direction to walk in. And a very good Druid will do that, and we did see that more than once in that duel with Gators. So it was very, very good. I think Toshank, you might be right. You might be onto something, dude. He looks like a very, very good Druid. I wanted to PK on the Mighty Cooley stream. God damn. I want to find something for you, man. I want to see what I can do. I'm out of options right now. I'm not 100% sure what we could do at this particular moment, but I'm gonna keep. You're gonna be the first one on my radar, man. If something pops up, dude, look at this, man. Jammy Jams has really stepped up this paladin here. He's got himself some friggin' gear now. Like he's got himself some gear. You're going up against a druid. Of course, he's got that exile on. You might as well, man. A lot of people use that exile in this matchup because paladins, they're just not as good as they used to be in D2R. And practically life tap will ensure that you have a shot in a duel like this. So yeah, that's why he's wearing that. Most necks don't know how to go for the marbles versus a druid. It's so rare. I'm forced to, onto bears on zoo. Yeah, yeah, dude. It's a really hard thing to do too because typically this is why you don't see a lot of necros that know how to go for the goal or like go for the gusto against a druid, right? Because people will play necros sort of for a lot of reasons. A, if you like necros and you're really good at them, but more reasonably, more commonly, people like myself play necros who aren't good at chasing people. Like, you know, it's chasing people in D2R is a skill, and it's a very hard one because other players sharpen their skills of getting away from you and not being chased. So, you know, it's a really hard thing to do. So you'll naturally have a huge pool of players that don't necessarily want to chase their opponents, right? And that's what you mean when I would assume when you're talking about going for it on a druid. When you blow through their pets, it's important to follow up and make it very difficult for them to recast them. And the way that you do that is you keep the pressure on and you threaten stomps, which is odd and risky with a necro, but can really pay off. Who we think taking this? This is a tough call, man. If I was a betting man, I would bet on Maddie. But the last time I said that, when Maddie went up against Necessary Paper showed improved, dude. That he's got what it takes. So there is that. So it looks like these guys are getting ready to go. I'm gonna pop back in to our other duel here with Chris and just see how this is going on EU. I want to finish up this duel here before we pop into that one. Both of these are going to be insane. All right, these guys are clearing the more. These guys are clearing the more here. This is Gators versus Chris. I got to check this out. I'm actually really curious. Gators, not Gators, but Chris renamed himself. I got to figure out who he was. Chris was Manda. That was Manda before. I'm 90% on that. Remember Manda before? Had a few matchups. Didn't have a great start, but not horrible. You know, and it looks like he's completely switching up here and going with a different class. At least I believe. I'll have to check my data on that one. But yeah, this is good. You know, a name change and possibly a style change. Yo, Windex, sign up for DFC. You'll duel me if you do. Yeah, well, I'm down for that, dude. I'm down for that. We'd so make that happen. Jess this is why we fucking love Jess over here. Just jockeying for his own duel in the DFC last minute. You can't. That's commitment, dude. That's commitment to the cause. And why I love that is because, you know, any toe shank fight is going to be a sweet fight to watch. Holy, dude, Penguin CS, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for the 2 months, my dude. That really means a lot. That support means a lot to me, dude. Can't thank you enough. But I will give you this cheers. And say that I appreciate you. Thanks again for that 2 months, my dude. And we still got 4 cheers in the tank. I feel like I'm a switch back and forth. I got a little glass of whiskey here. We're celebrating you know, another week of sobriety. We shall celebrate with some cheap bottom shelf whiskey here on a Friday night. And I can't think of a better person to toast this to than the CJ. You know, to switch it up, to catch up on those 5 gifted subs. I owe you 4 more toasts, my dude. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do it. Sign up. I'll set it up, dude. Y'all will be official. I created aggro dueling. You know, there's one thing that we can always count on with you, Jess. Self-confidence. That's always there. It's something that should be inspiring for a lot of people. That's for damn sure. By the way, Jive Turkey 722. Holy man, thank you so much. That's also 2 months that you've subscribed, man. It really means a lot. The support is huge to me, dude. Sometimes I can't even describe it. It's like you can put so much of yourself into something, and you're like, man, do people even like this shit? Do people even care? And I'll tell you, getting a sub from you, my dude, it reminds me that some people do care, and it means a lot to me. So thank you so much. And cheers to you, Dapper. Good old Dapper Dan. All right. these guys are, or these guys getting set up still. I'm wondering if I'm hoping I'm hoping that Maddie and Necessary Paper didn't like start going at it. Or I'm sorry, James. Wait, never mind. I thought we were looking at Necessary Paper. This is Polytheus versus Jammy Jams. Oh shit, I was wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing. Holy what? Okay, okay. This is actually gonna be another. This is gonna be another good one right here. Polytheus versus Jammy Jams. Den v Drew, man. I don't know why I thought I was looking at Necessary Paper there for a minute. Yeah, dude, Polytheus is really cool. He has a very unique druid too. He's got a fire druid. We saw him last week on this build, and I can tell you from experience going up against a fire druid when I dueled against Dio, they're actually pretty insane. And they force you. See, basically, what Jammy Jams wants to do in this situation is he wants to actually be hyper aggressive. Like he wants to. It seems weird because when you're dueling against a druid, most typically you want to stay away. You don't want to you want to wait for them to get aggressive on you. But versus a fire druid, you actually don't want to do that. You kind of want to push the pressure always, and because the weakest point for a fire druid is you being right up close to them. They really have no short range attacks. It's all mid to long range. So that's what you want to do here. But it's also very hard to do. It forces you to chase your opponent. And Polytheist has mastered this build, man. I would say, from what we've seen of him so far, one of the few masters of the fire druid. Oh, no doubt. DR and Infernos. Yep, that's another trick too. DR is very important because the Fire Druid is dealing both fire and physical damage. So it's such a hard build to plan for, and it forces you as a paladin to be on the aggressive. Yeah, they do have Molten, but like if you're doing it right, they won't have time to cast it. Like if you're a hyper aggressive character, they're probably not going to sit around and cast it. Just because in the time that they cast it, you're probably going to score a hit on them, and your hit's going to be better. Yours is going to be better than theirs. They might not even get Molten Boulder off before he gets smited. So yeah, it's this is interesting, man. I feel for Jammy Jams right now because it probably sucks. Like I've been in this exact position. You're like forced to catch your opponent, and man, is it hard. Like, is it hard? You're almost like forced to chain lock them, and to get up close and personal. And look at that, Polytheist is throwing the Molten Boulder there, just to sort of he's throwing it from the outside though. He's not going to throw it if Jammy Jams is like really coming in on him. Looks like Jammy Jams actually got a life tap there, which is very good. Brings him back in the duel. It's much needed. This is why Paladins, kind of need that life tap, man. Because for these exact reasons, nice name lock there. Would love to see Jammy Jams follow it up with a chain. It's really hard to do, but it is extremely hard to do. Exile plus Vex Bear COA. I actually like that, dude. I like that. Vex for the higher fire res. You could also, at that point, slap on a dwarf as well. Yeah, Jammy Jam's having a rough time catching Polytheist here. And Polytheist doing a great job of being evasive. I actually really like this. He's staying up close, but like you notice, the range that he wants to have is just on the outside. It's very rare that he'll stomp. I almost think that if he's stomping, it's either because he has no respect for the ability of Jammy Jams to catch him when he does, or he's stunting, man. He's stunting, possibly trying to cast a Molten Boulder as a genuine fuck you in this matchup. Wouldn't surprise me either way. But Polytheist, very, very good fire druid. Yeah. Fire res and absorb is allowed. In the DFC, it's capped at, with fire in particular, it's capped at 95. So your max res can't ever be over 85, but your max res plus absorb can't be over 95 when added together. So yeah, you can still do it. And trust me, with fire damage, you're still gonna feel it. So you could have like 80 res and a dwarf star for 15 absorb. That's 95. And you're still going to feel it. It's still going to be pretty ridiculous. Yeah, James is having a hell of a time picking out the name lock, dude. It's really hard. I mean, you can tell Polytheus is like no nub on this build, man. He knows what to do. He knows what to do. You notice him just kind of dancing around, casting spells from kind of mid-range, like and staying very evasive and hard to hit at a semi-close range. It's crazy. Oh, and there it is. Very nice life tap there from Jamie Jams. Brings him back here for this round. And I actually love the fact that Polytheus is stomping too. I think the reason he might be doing it, now that I think about it, is because he knows that Jamie Jams has got his cursor on the outside, looking for a name lock. So the one safe place to teleport is right on top of him. It's a very clutch call. Very clutch call, man. This is a tough matchup. Tough matchup for Jamie Jams. Unbelievable, dude. Yeah, and honestly, I don't think it would be enough in this matchup with all of that stuff AFK, honestly. Can't catch a name. Yeah, I feel him, man. He is getting a little frustrated here. It looks like it could be either 2 or 3-0. He is having trouble catching that name lock, man. I feel that frustration. That's some serious shit. All right. So, Chris, I do notice, I just want to say thank you guys so much for hopping in the Discord. I see so many of you guys ready and waiting with your screens. That's awesome, man. I really love seeing that. It ensures that we have some good duels to watch all throughout the event, man. And right away. That's huge. Thank you guys so much. If you want to be patient, we'll probably pop into yours. No need to rush. No need to rush. I know we kind of got 2 duels going on simultaneously right now. This is Gators versus Chris here again. And I believe these guys are on EU now, which I believe favors Chris. But we're going to see. This is the classic NVD right here. And some very nice footwork here from Chris. Very nice footwork. There's a drawback from what we've seen in some duels. Some Necros choose not to use any pets, whether it be Golem or Oak, all because they kind of give their opponent the opportunity to grab a name lock from their pets. So we see some Necros not even do that, which does make sense. And they don't really protect you that much. Sometimes pets can absorb hits from missiles and stuff. It doesn't really happen that much with in this particular matchup. That NATO will eat through those pets. By the way, cheers to you, Duke. And cheers to you, Soul. I'm a little late on that one. And a puff vape for both Duke and Toshank. I need to 420. It's that time, man. It's 420 somewhere right now. It's like 626 where I'm at. But it's 4. That basically means it's 420 somewhere. Yeah, NATO hits multiple targets exactly. So the meat shields won't do much besides, the Oak Sage will give you a little bit of life, but it will also, the drawback is you kind of open yourself up to those name locks. Very nice footwork there from Chris, especially at such a low life total like this. He's doing a great job. He's channeling the inner elite, getting these trains going. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Narrowly escaping death here. Now, I will say you are probably seeing a little bit of pixelation here. That's not on your end. That's on mine. In the Discord, it looks like Chris's stream is a little bit pixelated. No big deal. We can kind of still catch the general gist of what's going on. No shit. Congrats, Toshank. That's fucking awesome, man. That's awesome. Did you feel you did just as good, better? Either way, was it a good experience? Oh, I'm in for a bowl too. Yeah, I've been smoking on this whole goddamn thing all day, man. I've often wondered if it's possible to get nicotine poisoning, because I'm probably pretty close today. And by the way, there it is, man. I think practically, I'm assuming, yeah, I was going to say, these guys say good duels. I'm assuming this is probably over because on the other server, we know that Gators probably went 3-0, would be my guess. So any win for him here basically makes it so that he wins the match. And in which case, I'm going to pop over to Polytheist's point of view and see if these guys are still going at it. It looks like they might not be. It looks like this duel might be over, unfortunately. Really cool, though. We did get a glimpse of Polytheist's build last week a little bit. It's a really cool one, man. I believe he does cube bow in his setup as well, because he actually swaps. And on the swap with his fire druid, he'll have a crystal sword with, 6 facets in it, which is insane. Oh, look at this. He's showing off some of the stuff here. Oh, that's right, it was. Yeah, Widowmaker. That's what it was. I knew it was some crafty shit on the swap. Yeah, which was interesting. We saw him bust it out in that build, in that matchup last week against Max, which wasn't necessarily, I don't think, the best call against Max per se, but it's really cool that his druid can do that. Yeah, what a cool build, man. And I think, actually, last week, CJ donated him a lot of these. You might see some better charms in his inventory this week, because CJ actually dropped off some mad charms for him, like all these charms with resist and shit. I think that was really cool, man. You love seeing that. You love seeing people take care of other people in this game. Sick ring, dude. Would be even sicker on like a BVC or something, or BVA. Now, I noticed he pointed to his attack rating, and I'm wondering if that actually matters. And even that ring, which is like extremely godly, has attack rating on it. I don't think it really matters in this matchup, does it? Because it is a lot of, yeah. Oh, okay, he's pointing to his defense. No, never mind. Chance to block. Okay, word. Yep. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, the AR had me confused. I didn't think it necessarily mattered too much in this right here. Oh, wow, look at this. Some more donations. Dude, that's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet, man. You love seeing it. You love seeing it. This, and before you know it, I think this doo-doo right here is going to be pretty insane. Yeah, look at that. God, you love seeing it. All right, so in which case, what we'll do, I did see a couple of other people streaming up. I saw Underrated and Weetos, which would be pretty sweet. I still see them in the Discord, but they're no longer streaming. No longer streaming, unfortunately. So we can't pop into that. I also I want to reach out to my opponent, Farmer. I'm just gonna message him in the Discord, and see if he's ready to go. I'd really love to get that match in. Would really love to get that match in tonight. I think that would be cool. At Farmer. Yo, man. You down to duel tonight on stream? Clear more and message me game name. If so. I think that's gonna be an interesting duel. Gonna be pretty insane for sure. Wow, what a hell of an arsenal for this. This is nuts. I'd hate to do it if someone already has a match, because then I know I'm kind of a hypocrite because I've done that before, but basically the reason I don't like to do it is because it gives someone 2 bites at the apple. I think I lost both matches and knew I would, so that's why I did it. But I don't know. We'll see. We might be able to do it. Yeah, just sign up. Well, actually, you're already on there, JR. God damn it. I'll probably lose that one too. NVD. I definitely lose NVD. Oh, you did? Okay, thanks, Underrated. I'll pop in now and check that out. There it is. GG. All right, popping into Underrated's point of view.
Not in town.
Underrated, a newcomer to the DFC, going up against an old legend in Weeto's MC. This is going to be cool, man. Underrated is on the Sin. We're going to see if he's got what it takes to take down this Windy Druid in Weeto's. The Windy Weetos. This is going to be a good one. See if the DFC newcomer can make a statement. Already making a nice pool here. 1v1 me and Fong. Right? I think that's what might be what we have to go to. If I have any hope of beating Jess, it's going to have to be in a non-D2 related game. It would have to be, I don't know, Magic the Gathering. Just play some Commander. I might have a shot. Let's go Underrated. Can you imagine? That would be a pretty big statement, too, if he comes in with a name like Underrated, gets his first win in the DFC. I think that would be a pretty cool statement. Definitely a poetic one. And dude, you love to see it, man. You know, ever since, ooh, big hits. You gotta be careful of those NATOs, though. Ever since we saw Dirty sort of come in, and, you know, I say this about him all the time, but, you know, ever since we saw him come in, basically watch a Necro video that I put together, make a Necro and join the DFC, and now be in one of the top 10 fighters for, you know, quite a long time standing now. It's really inspirational, man. Really cool. So I always love it. I always love to see these underdogs come up and make a statement. And we're going to see if it'll happen here tonight. He's actually, it's hard to tell exactly what Witos' life total is at, but it looks like it looks like Underrated has a really good strategy going on right now. You notice that he's almost baiting Witos to stomp him. It hasn't worked out for him a couple of times, but he's still living. You know what I mean? He's still living. He's still in this. But what he's doing is, watch this. He'll kind of like chill for a minute when Witos comes in, and he'll set these traps up all around him and hope that Witos tries to stomp him. I actually really like that. It forces just like that, and he gets out, and all of a sudden, all of those traps are hitting Witos. Now, all it's going to take is just some good RNG to deal some serious lightning damage on those exchanges, and it's going to cut through that Cyclone armor like nobody's business. Oh, nice stomp there from Witos. A lesser Druid wouldn't have noticed that he had a good stomp there, but Witos, told you, man, an old vet right here. 500 man on a sin, bless his soul. Oh, and there it is, man. Trap House goes down to Windy. Looks like Witos takes round one. GG, though. That was really cool. A really good strategy, I think, from Underrated. I wasn't actually sure what to do in this matchup, but I'm learning something just from watching him. Yeah, it's bad. I've seen a lot of sins, especially in a matchup like this. I think Maddie does this a lot too. What he'll do is he actually, you know how people have life and res charms in their shared stash? Some sins have life mana charms, like the ones that you would see a hybrid ES sort use or something like that. They have life mana charms for these types of matchups where you don't necessarily need anything more than cold res, and you know, it's just better to have mana. You know, so you see that a lot. Kind of inspired me to start looking for those and put them in my shared stash. I got to clear out my shared stashes though. They're always so dirty, man. I used to have just one tab, and I think I'm to the point now I need two. 1100, damn. Yeah, it's definitely tough, dude. Definitely tough. All right, he's doing a little better now, getting these hits in here and really staying evasive. I like this strategy too, and he's whirlwinding down. I think that may actually be the strategy. Oh, nice baiting right there. Very nice baiting from Underrated. He's getting some shots in, and every time you see Witos teleport away like that, he's probably teleporting away to recast Cyclone armor. Basically, if you're a Druid, you want to get in the habit of that. You want to get in the habit of recasting Cyclone armor basically after every exchange with a trap sin. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, honestly, Steph. Like, a lot of people are talking about that, about like shared stash space and stuff like that. I think you're right. It takes up a lot of memory on the server, and it's probably an upgrade we will rarely see. If they ever bring like microtransactions to D2R and make you pay for anything, shared stash would probably make the most sense. Like extra shared stash tabs would probably make the most sense. Just because like it's obviously taxing on their server. It takes more memory from their servers to maintain something like that, but it's also useful to the player. Love it, man. Love that exchange right there. Underrated didn't get too, didn't get too antsy by being up at close range, and instead chose to whirl and stay close instead of trying to escape and teleport away. Actually like that. Well, no, dude. I think it's actually, well, it might be, it's probably more than kilobytes, but like at the same time, we've seen problems with the shared stash, right? It's even a problematic client side. We've seen people like lose data on their shared stashes, even just client side on single player. So it's obviously like taxing to some degree. And even if it was like kilobytes or megabytes of memory, right? When you figure that like doing it for all players, especially when they've worked so hard to kind of clear up the amount of tax that the servers see, it's a good way to tax them out real quick. But damn, dude. Oh my god, and a nice lock there. Nice name lock from Witos. Really showing, really showing he knows how to capitalize on these moments. He caught Underrated with a NATO when he whirlwinded the wrong way there. And that was a pretty significant hit. And Witos basically, he smelled blood and went in for it, man. I think that was a good call, good aggression on his part, and very good timing.
I am overburdened.
There's an issue with crafted amulets. If you fill a shared stash tab with crafted amulets, you will lose some after disconnecting from a game. No shit. Is that even on BattleNet, or is that just like if your game crashes on single player? Yeah. Oh, no doubt. I mean, I'm not saying it can't be solved. All I'm saying is there's an obvious additional server cost to it. Yo, what's up, Maddie? Just got home from work. I'll be dueling later this weekend, unfortunately. No worries, dude. No worries. Appreciate you letting me know, my dude. Although we would have loved to see that duel tonight, but no worries. With any luck, I'll have some time this weekend. I'd love to watch it, dude. Just send me a message when you do. Maybe I'll pop in. Usually these guys will stream it on the Discord too, so if you guys are in the Discord and around, I usually pop in when I can to check those out. But they're pretty cool to watch. Pretty cool to watch. If you have your personal stash full of crafted amulets, will you lose your inventory? No shit. Lost my 1920 Valley Torch that way. On BattleNet, dude? What? Holy shit. That's a problem. That's a problem. Makes me a little worried about my mules now, for Christ's sake. Makes me not ever want to keep a GG amulet on a mule. Oh, word, okay. Oh, no, I wouldn't describe myself as too kind to them. I definitely understand. Like, I just understand some struggles. Like, I understand some struggles more than others. But, like, honestly, dude, this is the way I see it, right? We already do have the ability to pay for more shared stashes. You just buy another copy of the game. That's what I did. Like, we already have that ability, and then you just transfer it. Technically, it's already there. So, like, it's an 80-20 problem. It's already 80% solved, doing literally not even 20% of the work. So technically, that problem doesn't exist. It's just for, like, the cheap bastards that hoard everything and then only want to complain about it. So on BattleNet, yeah, but I mean, of course, on single player, sure, but like, all right, you can hero edit it, everything on single player, but additionally, there's mods for single player that I guess people have increased stash space, and it wouldn't surprise me if they had increased stash tabs that you could just plug into single player too. Like, it won't be long.
I need money.
Oh man. Ooh, lucky weapon block right there. There was two instances right in that one little exchange where Underrated got very lucky. He actually ran out of mana, and you know, if Witos would have pushed the pressure there, he would have had it. But there's no way to know that your opponent is out of mana necessarily. Wow, and then right after that, Lucky Claw block, another Lucky Claw block right there. Very tough matchup here for Underrated.
Not enough mana.
He's getting some damage in, but it is really hard to break that Cyclone armor. Based on how Witos is playing here, he might be in trouble. He is! He was very low. Okay, I noticed him kind of hiding behind that corner as he was casting Cyclone armor there, which suggested that his life total might be very low. He's taking extra precautions to not get hit. Oh, he did very good there. Did very good there, man. That was awesome. Oh, his bow ran out? Yeah, okay. Bow ran out like a minute ago. Oh, no shit. Dude, it can be hard to see on a Sin because you have like the auras, like the fade or whatnot. You have that at your feet. It can be tough, man. You're talking to someone on a Sin or really on a lot of characters. My bow runs out and I don't notice it far more than I care to admit to. Please tell Sin to hit alt. Oh, because of the... Is he failing to name lock? Is that what it is? OCD. When he's grabbing pots, you mean? Oh, keep the HP visible. It helps. Yeah, you could. Sometimes when people duel on stream, though, I'm not sure if they see this as like a huge advantage or not. I really don't think it is. But they purposely don't show their life total to let, you know, to keep people in the dark as to whether or not they're actually Hurricane PK or Mind Blast PK. But truth be told, a good player will be able to tell regardless. You know, regardless of if you're showing it and they happen to see your exact life total on stream. You had me sweeting, he says. Oh, he was sweeting. He was swooning over this guy. That's a sweet thing to say. I'm such a troll, man. I shouldn't troll people like this. I gotta work on my destructiveness. Oh shit! I'm trying to get this little foot thing under the desk and I just fucked up my light. Hold on. We gotta have this light. It's now sitting on my phone, so it'll probably catch some shit on fire if I'm not careful. All right, there we go. Bod, walk it off, take a shot. I might do that. We still owe CJ 3 more of these. Cheers to you, CJ. Don't sleep on Underrated. Oh, man, I ain't sleeping on Underrated. I'm rooting for this guy, man. I'm rooting for this guy. Witos is a savage, though. Witos is an absolute savage. So we have to keep that in mind as well. Be taking some wild turkey later. Hell yeah, man. At hospital, bro. What? What the fuck? Get me excited for PKs. Troll. Damn, Toshank is fired up trying to duel tonight, man. How dare you? How dare you? No one knows yet, man. No one knows yet. It hasn't officially been announced. Soul says August 25th. That was my guess in the video that I put out like a few weeks back. It hasn't officially been announced, has it? That's just the Cooley guess. I'd be surprised at this point if it actually was that date, though. Because they probably would have announced it by now. They did say that they'll have a PTR out soon, which is interesting. Is it? No, it's not. We're getting trolled. We're getting don't believe anything Necessary Paper says. Not a damn word. The joke is Tuesday. All right, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. I'm down to perpetuate this absolute fuckery. You guys are talking to the right person. And next time somebody pops in, we'll have an answer for them. Deal. I like where this stream is going. So what's the deal with this? I know that Underrated won that round. I believe it's probably 2-1 or 3-1 at this point, somewhere around there. Toshank's G-Rush service 10 hours into ladder reset, 2,500 forum gold per spot. Dude, I heard about what you did, Jess, with this last ladder reset. I think Jess spent like, I want to say like 20, 30 grand on an Enigma or something like that. And, which is a lot, like, you know what I mean? Especially when you figure Enigmas later on go for, you know, between 600 and 1,000 forum gold you can get one for. Like 25 to 30 times what it's worth. But what he ended up doing was doing G-Rush services for people and made his forum gold back within like a day, not even. Plus some. It was actually kind of a cool idea. 30K was bearer jaw. Oh, okay, 60K. Yeah, all right. So 60 times what it was worth. And still made his money back within a day. Yeah, Jess is legend, dude. I think it's really cool. It's cool to see people do that because A, you need a lot of forum gold to start up that investment and to get it going, right? But also, it's a ballsy risk because, you know, if other people do it or what have you, you're taking a risk knowing that you'll have to put in work over time to make your forum gold back. And it's a commitment to do it. It's kind of cool to see people do that. I wish Jess would have made a video on it to be like, this is what I did, man. It would have been the coolest thing to watch. Made like 600K, holy shit, dude. Didn't sleep for like 5 days. Fucking A. Just see Jess like doing some Adderalls and fucking staying up. He's like, shit, man, gotta get this forum gold. That's insane. That's insane. But hey, I mean, that's the time when like people are all about it. You're gonna have a lot of dudes. You're gonna have a lot of dudes looking for G-Rushes around that time, especially people that are trying to get their bots up and going. Annie IP leaks, each Annie sold for 10.5. Holy shit. That's nuts. Was that early on? Like early on in the launch? Yeah, right? Makes it hard to sleep. Especially when you know that won't last forever, right? Like you're making that and it won't last forever. Like basically when you punch out and go to sleep, like that price is going to drop. Well, yeah, I mean, it's technically a fake currency, but there's a lot of juck fuckery that you can do to, if you ever wanted to get your money out of it, you technically could. Most people don't, though, just because, like, it's a pain in the ass, it's risky. But, yeah, the way I see it, forum gold is forum gold, dude. And even if it's not, like, real money, it's so versatile in so many games. Like, that's the coolest thing about it. You switch games, you want to play D4 or some shit, if they allow you to trade in that game, then like you'll see people spending forum gold on items, hands down. And honestly, rogue opinion here, I hope they don't get rid of that. I hope they actually allow free trade. Otherwise, I think the game's going to be dead within a year. That's just my honest opinion. A lot of people, like, I love Asmongold, dude. I love listening to the guy. I think he's fucking hilarious. He has, but I don't agree with all of his opinions. Like, one of his opinions is that, you know, free trade and all of this stuff is bad because it leads to people spending money and selling stuff. I don't actually understand for the life of me. I can't wrap my head around why that's a bad thing. And this is after we've seen the absolute worst of it in Diablo Immortal. We see somebody spend 100K and then he can't duel somebody. Like, ask me how much that affected me and how much I felt slighted by that guy spending that much money. Like, it was absolute fucking zero. Like, how much that hurt my feelings. Like, none. I wasn't, never at one point was I like, God damn it, I'm never playing this game. I was actually more inspired by it. I was like, wow, so he spent all that money and someone like me would actually just never duel him. Good game design. Good game design. That's awesome. Like, I know it's kind of a rogue opinion, and a lot of people like to talk shit about it, but it's like, if you just look at it for what it is, I guess it doesn't really affect me. And I think the people who get really fired up and they say that, oh, this person bought all their gear and they're spending more money than me, I think they're looking for an excuse as to why they lost. And maybe they're right. Maybe they're right, and this person's items are better than theirs. But, like, you're not entitled to anything in this life, not even a win in a video game. So I don't understand why people walk around with a sense of entitlement that they have the right to win. You just don't. Did you think that, like, oh, if not for this guy, I would be the best? No, dude. Somebody else would still be better than you and would still kick your ass. If all else being equal, there's a very, very high chance you're still not the best. So, like, the fact that, like, some people just pay money to get their items, I literally could give a shit less. I'm not going to be the best, even if I have the same items as somebody else. I'm not so facetious with myself. Like, I don't take myself that seriously to think that I would somehow be the fucking best if I had the same items as everybody else. It's just not true. And I think that same thing could be said for 95+% of people out there. And alternatively, in D2R, one of the reasons why it's really cool is because actually your items don't really matter that much. Like, sure, it's good to have, like, the best of the best shit, but, like, just like Jess is saying, you don't really need it. Like, your skill is rewarded, too. By the way, holy shit, underrated. Thanks so much for gifting that, the sub, man. Holy shit. And cheers to you. Dude, that's awesome. That's really cool. That support means a lot, my dude, and it's really cool to watch you duel. Are you guys done? I see you chilling in the moor. I know that you went out on a win there. Wondering what's going on here. Are we kind of at a lull, just waiting on something? Did someone go AFK? Wondering what's up. Hell yeah, man. Awesome. Thanks, Gators. That's cool. So we did tune into that. Gators did win. That was the NVD match that we saw. He just messaged me, let me know he won. It was an undefeated victory. I'll get that into the sheet here too. Let me swap over to this. Show you guys what I'm looking at. All right. Wow, man. Gators making a statement coming into the DFC, bros. Jammy Jams versus Polytheist. Thank you, whoever put that in there. Is that you, Shirley? GG, man. We did the first 3 matches before you hopped in. Oh, okay. So, what was the final score? What was the final score on it? I noticed that you guys stopped after underrated 1. Does that mean you won? It's usually a pretty good sign. Usually, but if not, no worries. Oh shit, 5-3. Damn, homie, sick. Nicely done, man. Okay, so that's what we missed. These guys did 3 matches before we popped into that. Underrated takes it and makes a statement in his first DFC match. Dude, nicely done, man. I really loved that strategy of setting up the traps and kind of just baiting that stomp. I absolutely loved it. I thought that was cool and definitely something I could learn from. So, GG, man. That was cool. I'm gonna have to remember that. All right, so what I'm gonna do here is... how do I stop watching this? There we go. Stop watching. I'm gonna fire up my own client here, and I haven't heard back from Farmer yet. I don't think. Just gonna check the chatter. No, I haven't heard from Farmer. I'm gonna fire up my client. You know what? We might have to get some duels in here. I don't see anybody else. I don't see anybody else dueling in the Discord as of right now. So why don't we jam some, dude? Why don't we jam some? I'm either gonna get real warmed up or get my ass kicked. Either way, I'm kind of happy about it. Let me swap over to D2R. I'm still struggling on the PC after switching from console 2 weeks ago. No shit. Figured joining DFC and going balls deep would be the best to pop the cherry. Yeah, that's a hell of a way to do it, man. That's a hell of a way to do it. Didn't know you came over from console, dude. Dude, that's awesome. Wow. And you were strictly playing on console before that? It's the first time jamming on the PC? That's fucking sweet. That's actually pretty insane. Oh, sick. All right. Dirty and Sandpaper going to be going at it about 20 minutes. All right, dude. Good stuff. Does anybody have a sin I can practice up against? I'm just going to make a game. It's going to be GMPK password X. If anybody has a sin that I can practice up against, feel free to join this game. Because I'm going to need me some practice. I'm going to need me some serious practice against, you know, a very tough opponent in Farmer who will be on a sin, it appears. And I believe I have what it takes. It's just going to take some practice. I think I'm going to probably do it like this. Yeah, that gives me 75 cast. He could also be a Whirl Girl too, but I think this is fine. I think this is fine. This should be good. Like, this is probably the setup I'll use. I'm a little bit weak to fire res on the swap, but I don't think he'll catch on to it quick enough. Yeah, dude, sick. All right, so this is this you? Is this you, Toshank, Slant Eye? Yeah, pop in, dude. I'm in GMPK password X. Yeah, I'm down for that. Get some practice duels in. Oh, he killed my oak. What a bastard. Alright, we got to check that out at least.
Stay a while.
This could be a amp damage. Level 30 Jav. Could be good. Go, someone. Go, bro. All right, practice up against Shirley. Serious. All right, we're getting a little too aggressive. Wow, got him with the arrow, bro. GG. Good duel.
What you need?
That was close. Papa Cool's out there MFing. You know me, dude. You always gotta check those monsters. You never really know when the bear rune is gonna drop in the duel game. You just never know. Oh, was it a small charge? Was it an upcharge? Okay. Okay. I was wondering if it was that or if it was an arrow. I didn't think you would stomp. I thought it was your Shadow Master that stomped me. Go, bud. Alright, here we go. Oh, shit! Good duel. Killed each other. When he's far away, basically, instead of like choosing an offense, it's basically I use the bow to try to make him fight differently, but also to have a reasonable chance to hit him if he chooses not to engage. So like, basically, when I think I know where he's gonna come from, I'll start using the bow. Like when if he's too far on the outside, though, I'm not going to charge him down because I don't want him to see me coming. You know what I mean? I don't want him to understand that I'm actually going to try to charge him down from too far away because he'll just run away. And he'll make me run into traps. So when he's like super far away, I'll just use the bow. Oh, Whirl Girl, okay. This is interesting. Okay, so this is actually a very tough match. Because this is going to force me to lates a little bit and try to use the bow opportunistically. I basically have to run from him while he has traps up on me. And lates around, especially at this life total. Yeah, I'm just dead. So, at this point, it's... Don't stay on screen. GG. Alright, so Whirl Girl I would totally switch up for. So, if I was going up against a Whirl Girl, I would totally switch this. Let me switch to Whirl Girl setup and see how we do. I would basically just increase the DR. Well, yeah, like with that setup I couldn't. Like I had no DR. So I can't get in close, and he's gonna keep CT and traps on me. So it's just like without knowing I'm going up against a Whirl Girl, you can't really win. So it's like, yep, come get me. You have 99% win advantage. All right, we'll try this. We'll try this. Go slant. We have far less cast, but it might be worth it. Yeah, that Sin does a lot of damage. It's actually a good opponent, man. Yeah, see, I'm like happier with that exchange. Happy with that exchange, too. Very happy with that exchange. World Girl setup complete. Life tap for the win. Oh, dude, last week when I went up against Dazer, I didn't even have my guy tokened right. Like, I wasn't set up properly. Like, I didn't even have the right charms in the inventory. Like, this whole character was fucked. Like, it was not set up for Din v Sin. Just not at all. I think so too, Max. Like, very opportunistically useful. Like, they make it so that you can't just whirl away from me hoping that I charge you down. And if you choose to try to turn around and whirlwind me after, I'm also expecting you to do that. So I could either smite or hammer. And by the way, just want to say, Rubbish12, dude, thank you so much, and cheers to you, my dude. Yeah, that's 5 months, dude. That support really does mean a lot, man. It means a lot to me personally. Makes it all worth it, to tell you the truth. So thank you so much for that, Rubbish. 5 months, man. Can't believe it. That's nuts. Yeah, exactly. Keeps him from being defense only. All right. I think this is the setup, man. Go someone. Damn, I'm feeling good, especially with the life tap. That kind of allows us to be aggressive a little bit in the duel. Makes the duels more exciting in this matchup. Otherwise, I kind of have to lates around and be opportunistic. And plus, obviously, you saw it was a very, very close duel. What is he? Oh, he's a druid. He's a druid. Go. Oh, good hit. Nice. Oh, good duel. Close. Yeah, Bo probably ran out. There's like, I probably against a druid should just not have my Widowmaker out, or like should not have my Widowmaker on the swap. Like if I was gonna switch it up totally, that's what I would do. And I would have, I'd probably take my max damage charms down. Go, bro. All right, Mongoose. This is the Whirl Girl setup. Come on, life tap. Good duel. No life tap. I think I probably need an exile. I need to get one of those. Because, like, life tap is the only way you win against Zons, Sins, Druids, Necros. And I think that's, yeah. So, like, it's the only way you can possibly win against any of those setups. Paladins are so disadvantaged. By the way, Shabuddy, my dude, thank you so much, man, and cheers to you. Dude, I appreciate that. And that's 2 months. Holy, dude. Cheers to you, my dude. That support means a lot. Really does mean a lot to me, dude. Only way is stretch. Yeah, it's... There's obviously other ways to do it, but put it this way: there's no ways to duel with someone of my skill level. There's absolutely zero chance you beat people, some people's skill level without life tap. Like I can't chase people. I've been playing this game for, I've been like seriously PvPing for probably like 10 years, and like chasing people is one of the hardest things to do in the game. So like, I can't do that, but that is a way to do it if you're hyper aggressive and can be that constantly. I mean, that's probably a way to do it, but most people can't. Dare I say, a very large number of people, like a vast majority of people, can't aggro in PvP. They just can't, and that's why we see the duelers that we do. And I don't mean aggro like a druid stomping something, right? Like that's what you have to do with that particular build. But like we were talking about earlier, with a necro aggroing, with a paladin aggroing, like actual aggro aggressive style is very, very hard to pull off. It's not something very easy to do. I could do it sometimes, but not consistently. So like with that being the case, with someone of my PvP handicap, life tap is your only shot. If you have a very skilled Sin, a very skilled Druid, a very skilled Necro, you have zero chance. Like, absolute zero chance. Zon is probably your best chance. You probably have a 10% with him. Necro is definitely your hardest. Like, if you ever beat a Necro on a Paladin, there's a good chance you were just lucky. if all else is equal, all else being equal, there's a very good chance you were just lucky. Go slant. All right, here we go. Let's try this again. Let's redeem ourselves. Where is slant? This is a bad duel for me. I need life tap bad here. Oh, dude, Bowie's here. Damn, charged in right at the wrong time. Good duel, though. Yeah, I got beat on way too early in that duel. I got beat up like 90%ed within the first 30 seconds, not even. I was playing, I think, too aggressively.
I can't carry anymore.
So, unfortunately, had to play a little less aggressive in that one. Still didn't do so well. But we had to get getting some back.
The Order welcomes you.
All I hear is can't. All I want to hear is easy. All right, we gotta get in the zone. We gotta get in the zone then. I don't want to let you down. Oh, it's B-U-L, not Bowie. Oh, okay. I'll trust you, but I don't know why anybody would do that because they could actually just name their character Bowie. Oh, it is Bull though. Yep. Is that Bull Cathos for root? It really is B-U-L. No shit. The Duke says I am so stoned. Oh, really? Oh, shit, thanks. Go, someone. Oh, shit, yeah. Alright, we even now. Get him! GG.
Good day.
I think Toshank got a little too... He noticed he got, like, the free hit early on, so he got, like, hyper-aggressive. Lucky me. Lucky me. Go, someone. Go. All right. Come on, Jess. Let's do this. Oh no! Good duel. That was close. That was very close. Cooley 1-1 with toe, easy. Yeah, we'll call it that. Why not just play Smiter? I'm not aggro enough. I don't, because then if I play Smiter, it forces me to be a good aggro player, and I'm a terrible aggro player. But I'm a great, like I'm deceptively aggro, because when someone like stomps me or tries to get aggressive, suddenly I can like turn the corner and it looks like I'm super aggressive, but really I'm relying on you getting aggressive and approaching me. Yeah, I like the hybrid too. Exactly. Like, I can be a smiter when I need to be, and I can chuck hams when I need to be. Like, when I need to do that, we can do it. Can build my hammer field. All right, going up against slant. This is good. This is good practice for what will be a tough opponent. All right, I need to kind of keep the distance a little bit, I think. I think I cracked him with a hammer, and we got tapped. Sweet. Oh, we got cut. God damn.
Not here.
GG.
The order welcomes you.
I think he got aggressive early on, and I landed a hammer in one of those whirlwind exchanges. Now you wanna use the bow, because the bow will it will force him. What I'm trying to do with the bow is to force him to come in at me. Like, I want him to think that whoops. I want him to think that he's got an opening, so that he comes at me and I don't have to chase him down with chain smites, because I'm not good at chasing people down with chain smites. Yeah, we are low FCR. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. But no sense in getting over aggressive, because if you try to teleport in, he could whirlwind down, and he can weapon block the smite. There's a lot of things that he could do. Yeah, there was no chance. I didn't know we were dueling. yeah. I think I'm not disappointed with how I played it. Just because they're at 1 life doesn't mean you should play stupid. In my experience. Like, a lot of people do that. But also an easy finish is a clip from an arrow. So, like, why not just keep the distance and clip them with an arrow? Go Jams. Is Jams coming after me, or is he going after Slant? He's going after me. Oh, GG, killed each other. 1-1. Yeah, and honestly, like, at that point, I kind of want him to play defensive with traps, like, because I can outrange him with the bow. So, like, that's fine. If he plays defensive with traps and I'm forced on the bow, I know it's not that exciting, but I think I actually win that duel. What I don't want him to do is to, like, be prepared for me to stomp him and have traps up and Mind Blast or Whirlwind down. Like, yeah, like I said, I mean, just because he's at 1 life, I'm not really going to play much different besides try to tap him with, like, a bow, you know, with an arrow. Granted, yeah, you could telly smite him too. It's just a risk you don't need to take. Because you could also just, if you catch him on the screen, you could charge in. That's another easy way to do it from kind of at a range. Like, smite it just requires too much. Like, sure, it can finish, but if he's whirlwinding down or if he, you know, it's for somewhat of my skill level, chain smiting that. Count it out. Like, it's not going to happen. I would much rather charge or shoot with an arrow at 1 life. The only way I probably wouldn't shoot somebody with an arrow is if it was like a druid with so many pets. You know, that's probably the way. Like, you still run the risk with the sin, but, like, yeah, I like them. I like the bow when your opponent's at 1. Go. All right, here we go. Slant again. Not upset with that exchange. Definitely not upset with it. Kind of upset with that one, though. Sorry, Dirty. Dirty just got PK'd. GG. Cooley easy PK after 6 hours. Cooley easy PK after logging in. All right, I'm gonna check the Discord, see if anybody else is streaming their duels ready to go. I don't see anybody, so it looks like we're just gonna be kicking some ass here. Looks like we'll just be kicking some ass. I'm totally okay with that. I'm actually kind of having fun on the Paladin. Waiting for opponent. Okay. Go Dirty. All right, Dirty is on what? A Necro. Yeah, I am not set up for a Necro. Oh, and he's got Clay Golem? There's no fucking way I'm winning. There's no way I'm winning. Dead. Straight dead. I can't use bow when he has Clay Golem. Bow or smite, count him out. Oh, I was like, what? I was wondering how I got so lucky. How was I hitting him though? Oh, I must have been hostile to him. I was like, how was I hitting him? I got so lucky with some of those spirits though. I was like, how am I standing in these spirits and not dying? Go Dirty. Dirty self-owned. Alright. Yeah, Clay Golem fucking bones me, dude. I need to go straight hammered in setup. This is why one of the reasons why Clay Golem is banned. Just boning builds in and of itself. Good duel. Holy shit. That wasn't even necro setup, boys.
The Order welcomes you.
Yeah, right? Who needs bow? I wasn't going to do it because there wasn't really a pause in the action there. That's what sucks about this particular setup. I think against most of these builds that are in here now, I probably would go full ham on most of them. Yeah, this whole meta has switched. We don't have many sins left in here, so I'm actually gonna switch it up and probably go Nature's Peace. Probably keep this setup. What's my cast? 75, good enough. It's not full ham, but it's a little bit better for what's out there currently. What's in this game currently. Not much DR needed. With the exception of maybe the druid. Like I'll be worse versus Jess, but that's about it. I should have kept spinning there. He's probably going to be on the teeth plan, so... The ping seems really bad in here. GG. Alright, I'm going to go full necro setup. I don't think anybody else wants to duel. And we have 2 necros in here. Yeah, let's do it. Full necro setup. Nature's Peace or Wisp. Where does Oak Sage skill come from? Yeah, it was... this one comes from Nature's Peace in particular, but yeah, we could switch out to Wisp and have it there too. He's on the dentist plan. Yeah, like the...
Good evening.
I'm talking about... My lag is like coming from in-game. The ping seems like really high. Yeah, it's like 140 ping, which I don't understand why. Like, I think I created this game. Like, the ping is so high. Not sure what's going on. All right, full necro setup with very high ping. So that would mean we have to do this. That gives us 95. This gives us 115. And then this will give us 125. Yeah, that's good. Cool. 125 casts. Yep, that's exactly what we want. 125 casts. And we probably keep the max damage charms in there. Go dirty. Oh, I see some people streaming in the Discord. Oh, sick. All right. Let me see if Dirty wants to go. We'll go one round and then we'll pop into the Discord. Now that I got full necro gear on. Now that we've switched up to full necro gear. Or is Dirty gone? Dirty Peace? Oh yeah, Dirty Peace. All right, we out. Let's just do it like this. Let's just pop over to the Discord cuz Dirty's actually dueling in the Discord. Oh, well shit. Well, shit, homies. Now we get to watch him. All right, so let's do, let me do this Sweet. All right, so we're popping over to Dirty's perspective. Dirty is going up against... His opponent tonight is... Abrasive Party. Zon v Neck. Holy shit. And also Abrasive is streaming too. Ooh, we get to bounce back and forth between these perspectives. Hey, thanks for chilling with me while we did some duels there, boys. That was fun. A nice little lull in the action there. All right, I'm gonna exit out of my client, kill some of the lag here. I'm not sure why it's so ping is so high tonight, dude. I hate it when that happens. I just paid like an extra $100 a month to upgrade my internet too. There's no excuse for that shit. That was like a couple months ago. I am fully under the impression that internet companies, like I've been like this for a while, but like internet companies are monopolies that are out to fuck everybody. Like if you pay for higher internet, like if everybody paid for higher internet, they just couldn't do it. So like I think what they do is they give you priority internet for like a couple of months after you buy it, so that you're happy, and then then they put the absolute fucks to you. Like I seriously think that's how it was, because my internet speed actually went down like a few weeks after I bought it. Yeah, the game wasn't really up that long. Like I have no idea why the ping was that high, and it's happened to me before too. I'm not sure if it's BattleNet. Yeah, I dropped mine. See no difference. No shit. No shit. Yeah, and we have Spectrum up here. But like with all of the cable companies that like deliver internet around here, they're all monopolies. Like I was having this debate with somebody. I have it with people all the time, but like basically people that think they have options with internet are only kidding themselves, right? Like you don't have options with internet in life. If you're in the United States, you don't have options. Like, you might think you have options. You might be like, oh, no, man, I could go dial into old Papa Elon Musk's. Yeah, go do that then. Like, you know, go do that. And see how it works and see what the speed is. Like, you know, see how that's going. They're like, oh, man, I could do DSL or whatnot. Well, yeah, well, that's dying. Like, you practically have cable, and all of the competing cable companies aren't really competing. Like, you have one kingpin cable company. Usually it's like either Verizon or Lumen, or like there's so many. There's like 2 or 3 of them that are huge, that, or AT&T, yep, that they don't compete with each other. Like, they just separate areas, and you say, all right, this is what they do. It's like a divide and conquer thing. One cable company says, for example, let's say it was the state of Maine that they wanted to divide. So like Verizon says, all right, well, we got Maine. How about AT&T? You know what? We're doing a great job servicing Maine up here. How about you do New Hampshire, and, you know, we'll let Lumen do Vermont. And basically what they're saying is, okay, you absolutely fuck the asses of everybody in these states, and we won't compete with you. You know, that's just what it is. Like, there's no competition. And granted, there's a reason for that. They're most technically called, I believe, oligopolies is the name for them. But like, I'm not sure if that's the exact name, but it's something that's not a monopoly, but it's like allowed to have dominance in a market because the startup cost is so high. But like, that's more of a reason, in my opinion. I think the government should just take control of all of the lines and then charge companies for using them. And then companies should compete for prices. Like, it sucks. I hate giving things to the government, but the internet is, if you want it to actually be competitive, you got to give the lines and the infrastructure to the government. Otherwise, like, private companies they just do exactly what they're doing right now. Oh yeah, divide and conquer. You fuck these guys, yes. We'll fuck these guys, and then we'll have parties a few times a year. Yeah, exactly. And like, there's nothing you can do. You could be rich and, you know, pay all of the money for the fastest internet, but it doesn't matter. They'll just still dial it back because they're jack-offs. Like, yeah, I'm telling you, Luke, Elu Soul, I'm telling you, bro. It's so shit tier. It's so shit tier. I've thought about moving to Canada strictly because of Joby and Maddie's internet and how it's always so good. I'm like, I pay. You can't pay $1 more for internet than I pay. I have the absolute highest package. and my internet always sucks. It was good for like a week.
Mana.
It was really good for a week. And then probably other people came onto the network. They were like, "Oh, yeah, all right, we got new customers paying a premium, so you know, let's charge them for the rest of their existence on our plan, and then we'll dial their internet back in a few weeks too." Monopolies, dude. Monopolies. Government needs to shut that shit down in the U.S. That's like the real issue. My somebody I dated once would completely disagree with that. She works in telecom. Would completely. She used to fight me over it. I thought she was gonna slit my throat in my sleep at one point, because her job relies on people that, you know, on the government not owning that, basically. But I was like, look, I got faith. You're so smart. I got faith you're gonna survive no matter what. And I can't let my opinion be affected by that. I often wonder why people don't keep me around sometimes. That's probably one of the reasons. Like, I can't change my stupid fucking opinion for the livelihood of your job. But you know what? There's more value in not budging, okay? There's more value in being genuinely convinced than there is in giving up. And by the way, we've got Dirty versus Abrasive Party going on here. Dude, Abrasive Party is on, is he using a pimp stick? He's doing some nasty chain locks, man. He's trying, oh yeah, dude. Abrasive Party's got the pimp stick, bro. Oh shit. Oh shit, but he just got gat by Dirty. Damn, homie. All right, we got to check this out from Abrasive Party's standpoint. Holy shit, man. He's taking a page out of CJ's book. He's got himself that pimp stick, dude. Yeah, he very well could have one-shotted him there. He was low early on, but he kept pushing the pressure because, like, he could one-shot him.
I can't carry anymore.
Yep, absolutely, dude. Absolutely, DB. Just dunk on it. Like, it's so bad. And I can't believe honestly that there's a subsect of people in the United States that believe otherwise. It blows my mind that there's a subsect of people anywhere in the United States that believes their internet is so well delivered and so, like, the structure of it is just so good. Like, it blows my mind. I think it's a good idea to carry a 4 Topaz CTA side versus CS Zon. Really? Oh, to swap out to it in like mid-duel in case they pimp stick? If you see pimp stick, swap, yep. Dude, not a horrible idea. Not a lot of people think that far ahead. I mean, how many people actually have a 4 Topaz Monarch? Not a lot of people come prepared with one of those. In a lot of situations, most duelers don't need it. It's literally for the pimp sticks on. Maybe for an FOHer, but against an FOHer, you're probably changing a lot more about your inventory. I almost feel like you should probably just focus on doing it with boots, charms, rings, amulet, helm. Like, I feel like you could get there with that. And theoretically, you still could maintain the 125. PS Sorks also, yeah. Yeah, I guess if you're a Necro for sure. I would think probably keeping pets up would be better though too. If you're a Necro versus TS Sork. Yeah. Dude, like I said, I got to clear out a second tab of my shared stash because I have so many ideas and things that I want in for so many of my duelers, that being one of them now that you mention it. I just need more room, dude. I've been spending here and there before I punch out for the night. I'll just go on a random mule and just start chucking shit on the ground. I'm just like, I'm probably never going to use this, or this is hard to sell, or some shit. Just that I can eventually get to that point. I made a crucial mistake. I did a lot of MFing early on, and I have so much cool shit. And I've also acquired so much cool shit, too, from generous donations, from generous people, trading, just, getting shit on JSP. That sometimes it's hard to, actually clear up the space. I guess really what that means is I should just do what I was talking about earlier and just buy another account. That's probably what I really should do. Makes sense to me. Then it's a pain in the ass, though, because if you need, like, a bear rune, you got to go to a whole different account and shit. I guess I could just keep it on a mule, but... It's a pain, man. It's always been this way in Diablo 2. Like, it's always been like, you're playing Tetris in so many different levels of the game. Like, you're playing Tetris. Yeah, I was thinking about getting one anyway because, like, I do have some spots on my second account that I use, but, like, eventually those will run out with ladder resets and shit. So, like, I think eventually I'm never going to delete a level 90 plus character. Like, it's just too much time to level it. Like, so I'll probably just buy another account eventually anyway. Yeah, I think multi-accounts are the way to go. Right? How's the PD2 solved? Well, because PD2 they're not afraid of stacking gems. Right? Like, that was stacking gems and runes. That was one of the coolest, most useful things about PD2. Like, they really need to bring that to D2. Like, I don't understand it. It would also fight against item sites that make probably a ton of money selling, like, L runes for 15 cents. That's probably their biggest profit margin, dude. Is, like, these cheap-ass runes that, like, everybody needs but nobody hangs on to. So you, like, cut into profit like that. Same with gems and shit. Dude, I hope so, Crafted. I really hope so. I think it would be super useful. The only thing that some people had about the PD2 and rune stacking and gem stacking, the only criticism I heard from it is it wasn't very intuitive to learn it right off the bat. But, like, if they make it easy, great. Like, I think they should do it. Like, even if it's just like PD2, people will pick up on it pretty quickly. Yeah, no doubt. But, I mean, to a degree, can you blame them? They don't have any way to monetize this game besides people buying accounts over the years. So, like, obviously as a business, you're probably going to focus on what's making you money. Like, you're going to focus... They'll be supporting Diablo Immortal for 20, 30, 40 years. Like, that game's going to bring them so much revenue for so long. And probably the same thing will be the case with D4. You know, that's why World of Warcraft, they're going to support that forever, too. Like... There's so much shit, dude. Like, it's the games that bring in perpetual income. D2R is just not one of those games, unfortunately. I wish they would monetize it in some way. A lot of people feel some type of way about it, but, like, I don't really get it. Like, if D2R was an indie game and, like, oh my god, nice chain lock there from Abrasive Party. G, F, and G, that was solid, man. Dude, if D2R was some indie game that, like, some independent dude, let's say, in his little company from, like, Australia made and, like, needed the support of the community to maintain, players would be more than willing to pay, like, $20 a month to keep this game going, right? But because it's Blizzard, I feel like the reputation of the company sets a lot of people back, dude. Like, they just don't care. They just figure big company, and, you know, they have this, like... give me something for nothing attitude. Like, me, I'm just like, if you told me that they would do new rune words consistently, try different things, maybe add on additional end game content, you know, for different ladder seasons or whatnot, and they would support this game in, like, so many different ways, stash tabs, currency tabs, all of this stuff, even if you didn't want to use it. And they're just like, yeah, it'll just cost you $20 a month to play D2R. I'd pay it for the rest of my life. No doubt. For multiple accounts. Some fancy footwork here from Abrasive Party. He's actually really catching on here, and he switched to the pimp stick. He switched to the pimp stick. Oh, that was a big hit. That might have actually connected on Dirty. Wow, man, I absolutely love seeing Javazons do this, man, because there's a lot to be said for a Javazon player. We were just talking about how being hyper-aggressive is... everybody shit talks in PvP and thinks everybody should be hyper-aggressive, but actually doing so is really hard to do. And a Javazon is forced to be hyper-aggressive practically always. You got to do these nasty chain locks, you got to always be hunting for them, and also be able to play the defense when needed. And bam, speaking of fancy shit, dude, that was some fancy shit by Dirty. He actually didn't mind staying in the pocket there and landed some nice hits against Abrasive Party. That was insane. That was actually very well done. I think it's 2-1 right now in favor of Dirty, possibly 3-1. Oh, yeah. Same here.
I can't carry anymore.
Elo Soul. It's... And I think that's probably what people wouldn't really have a problem with, right? Like, if you paid a constant fee for, like, more content or, you know, certain seasonal challenges and ladder, if you paid for, like, obviously paying for items will really rub people the wrong way. Personally, unpopular opinion here, I wouldn't be against it. Like, let's be real, right? Like, let's be real for a minute. If I want a bear rune or I want a jaw rune and I don't have it, do you seriously think I'm going to go hunt for one? Or I'm going to go MF until I find items to trade for one? Fuck no, dude. I'm going to go on JSP, I'm going to go on these sites, and I'm going to find who has one for a dirt cheap best deal. That shit would be kept in check if they were just like, yep, all right, you can buy bear runes and jaw runes at a car for $5 or some shit. Like, I'm just being real. Like, that's what I would do anyway. Like, and, you know, so why not? Like, I just wouldn't be against it. I know, like, 90% of people out there are against it, though, so it's like, it'll never happen. But, again, like, unpopular opinion with me and, like, paying money for items. Like, I don't really see a problem with it. If a player base values those items enough to actually want to pay for them, you've built yourself a good game. That's how I see it. By the way, Middles, holy shit, man. Dude, cheers to you. Thank you so much for the 5 months, my dude. Dude, that really means a lot. I appreciate that. Cheers to you, Middles. You're one hell of a guy, dude. Someday I hope to be able to duel on the same level as Middles. One hell of a dude. That support means a lot, man. Right in the feels. Means a lot. I actually spent less money gaming because D2R took all my gaming time and barely play Warframe because of it. What do you think of this LLD cold circlet? 220, 52 life, 2 open sockets. Beautiful. Beautiful cold circlet. Absolutely phenomenal. Practically everything you'd want in a LLD cold circlet. Oh! Nice hits from Abrasive Party. I like how Dirty's using Bone Prison here, too. A lot of times when people go up against Dons, ones that telly, they almost forget that you can use Bone Prison. You know, it's just not in their typical repertoire of skills to use against an Amazon. But Dirty is right on top of it. And it can save him in these very close exchanges, especially when Abrasive Party is close enough where he thinks he has time to walk to him instead of having to telly. So it's a clutch call that could score Dirty a lot of damage if he does it right. Oh, damn, dude. This is a close duel. Abrasive versus Dirty. Whoo! Wow. I think it's at least 2-2 on the very conservative scale here. It might be 3-2. This is a good duel. I absolutely love seeing Javazons go at it, man. And I always love seeing Dirty duel. This is a great fight right here. Phenomenal, dude. Do we by the way, I see these guys streaming. Do we have anybody else on deck that wants to jump in and duel next? I'm gonna pop over to Dirty's side here and see what it looks like from his angle. But if you are ready, just pop into the join the stream channel. You'll see me, Crafted, Orange, Dirty, Abrasive in there, Polytheist. We're all just chilling. Of course, you'll see Soul, my boy, the Soul, always there, underrated. We just chilling with these boys in this channel. And yeah, if you're ready to duel, just pop in. I know Crafted said he was ready to go soon. Me and opponent gonna be ready soon. Okay, perfect. Yep. Thinking because we got DVD, so maybe gonna figure something out. Yeah, no worries. And by the way, sometimes matches may not be fun for to see or to be a part of. You're always more than welcome to like switch things up with your opponent if you guys both agree. Like either one is fine. You just have to both agree on it. Otherwise, it'll just go back to what it was before, like what you guys signed up with. So I think Toshank was asking about that earlier. Oh, man. Dude, Dirty's in trouble here, but he's covering his bases quite well. He might have actually scored some big hits there on Abrasive Party. Abrasive Party might be very, very low. It's hard to tell because you'll have those like little red circles that go off around the Necro, and it means that you've hit something. But it's hard to tell if you've hit the Valkyrie or if you've hit, you know, the player. The D3 tried to be edgier, WoW instead of Diablo 3. Yeah, well, originally Diablo 3 was going to have like all of those crazy WoW style colors, but there was like a petition that was signed with tens of thousands of votes to switch up the appearance of D3 and make it more dark, almost like D2. Wow, nicely done from Dirty, man. Very well done. It is at least 3-2 in favor of Dirty, and I say at least. It very well could be 4-2, I believe. Yeah, I say Crafted, whatever you want to do with your opponent, honestly. Take your time, get it figured out. There's no rush. You know, no rush. Even though I'm asking for players in the Discord, there's no rush, man. Take your time, figure it out. Don't feel like overly rushed to get something together. I mean, by the very least, if we get bored, I'll just go get my ass kicked in some games with you guys. Again, I'm not opposed to it. What I am opposed to, though, is this chroma key being all fucked up. You gotta get that figured out. There we go. That's a little better. All right, here we go. Next round. Like I said, at least 3-2 for Dirty. He's definitely 1 or 2 wins away from securing this up. But Abrasive Party's doing one hell of a job. Abrasive Party busting out the pimp stick here yet again. Ooh. Looks like his dodge and avoid and evade really paid off in that specific situation. Let's check it out from his standpoint, see how he's looking. Yeah, oh my gosh, he's been dodging like a champ, dude. Abrasive Party dodging like a champ. Wow, dude. Dodge, avoid, evade, most powerful skills in the game. Oh! Oh! Big hits from both players! Dirty managed to, what he did was very smart there too, but Abrasive Party got in and just clocked him a couple times. What Dirty did was he started launching Bone Spirits closely at his feet in a certain direction. And what that does is it makes it so that if the Zon teleports in, what's going to happen is those Bone Spirits will turn around. Instead of, oh man, it gets killed in this cloud of Bone Spirits. GG's. Okay, so it looks like that was at least 5-2, I think. Dirty says GG's. But, you know, it makes it so that when the Bone Spirit reaches its final target, which is where you clicked, it's then kind of free range to do whatever it wants. If it finds a target, it will turn around and go after it. So that's why in those situations, when you have someone being hyper-aggressive with you, it's more beneficial instead of clicking Bone Spirit far off on the side of your screen. You want to click it like close to your feet in the general direction you want it to go. And that way, if your opponent closes the distance on you very fast, those Bone Spirits will seek them out. Very, very nicely done. GG, man. Good duels. Gosh, like I said, always love seeing this matchup. And these, you know, the Zon go at it. Oh, and we're getting a little gear show here, too. Using T-strokes. Interesting. 1% off from Perfect. And, wow, man. Absolutely love this gear. Huh. God, this makes me want to build the Javazon. He's using a matriarchal spear for this. Interesting. I'm wondering why he's not using a man catcher. I think the attack speed on a man catcher is a little faster. It could just be that he meets his breakpoints regardless and doesn't need it, but I didn't think that I didn't think that it mattered. I think you always wanted a man catcher. But the other thing is you can get nasty damage on that pimp stick when you have the matriarchal javelin with like +3 to skills. Dirty most improved, yeah, 100%. Abrasive Party's no chump, dude. Absolutely no chump. And Dirty just absolutely dominated in that matchup. And this is a very well-built Zon and a very good player in Abrasive Party. He had some nasty locks, everything, dude. Yeah. Oh, and Dirty did have a gemmed Monarch, by the way. He had Ort runes in it. I guess those give more than a P Topaz. Damn. Yeah, well played, Dirty. Most improved for sure, and proving once and for all, as if he already hasn't, proving that this guy belongs in the top 10, man. Just he's such a savage. He's so good. Yeah, interesting. Gemmed Monarch just says Ort on it. Interesting. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a gear show here from Abrasive Party. I actually do like checking out this Zon because it's rare that people build Javazons in, or it was at least rare that people built Javazons in PvP. But it's really good in D2R to see what people have for gear because they are a bit more of a common build. They do kind of rely on people being, good at chasing their opponent down, which again is one of those skills that you gotta kind of develop it over time, man. It's tough. Like I said, I've been trying to do this for friggin' years, man, practicing up with the aggression, but it's super hard, man. It's really hard to actually chase somebody down, especially people that are really good at getting away from you and have spent an equal amount of time being evasive and learning how to be evasive more time than you've learned how to be aggressive. GG on that one, my dude. That was really good. CJ going up against Plan 3 tonight. That's gonna be a big test for Plan 3, I think. Big test for Plan 3. Did I set that up right? I need to. Hold on. I gotta look. Did CJ already go up against? I almost feel like we've seen something similar to that. No, he went up against NYC Maxim last week. Okay. That's what it was. I was hoping they didn't already see each other. But yeah. Now you guys see how I set these matches up, right? Now you see what I do every week. You see the struggle that I go through. Like, I'll see people sign up in the event, right? And this is how we do it. So they'll sign up, and I'm like, okay, I know this person is highly ranked. I know this person is highly ranked. So I'll put them, like, up at the top. And then I'll go through here and be like, all right, who has, I think Max versus CJ is a good matchup. And then I'll go look, and it's like, oh, shit, yeah, they went up against each other last week. Like, so we always try to keep it interesting. So, like, we'll go with, like, Dirty one. And we could look at this. We could go, bam. We could see that in recent history, 6 and 8. That's over the last 100 days, I believe. So there was a time where his record's probably way better than that. But yeah, like, and you could just see, okay, he went up against this person, Dazer last week and Farmer the week before. I can see all of this stuff so that I try not to make repetitive matches unless they're absolutely necessary to determine a ranking, which it happens sometimes for sure. Ranks currently look like this. So Elite 230, Maddie, Dazer, Stadium, PK. These guys are actually duking it out. Stadium and 230 are going to be duking it out on Tuesday and or Monday. Those guys are duking it out. Dio climbing his way up. He's going to be gone for a couple of weeks, I think, so his rank might drop a little bit. But yeah, Joby crawling up in there. Paper, Cooley trying to hang on. Demented oddly trying to hang on to top 10. Makes me think I've missed a duel from him or something. I'll have to double check, but yeah, and Root crawling into the top 10. He'll probably be there and take over. Like, I really want to see D-Pro versus Root someday for top Druid title. Oh yeah, that's right. Max is gonna fight Demented tonight. Waiting for him to get back. Sick. That's a hell of a duel to see. I think a win for either player looks really good because if you win, Max, like you beat a top 10 opponent, after coming off from a loss, you beat a top 10 opponent. You had a very close duel against Farmer, so it's like all of these nasty people that you're going up against with close duels, and then to beat a top 10 really speaks loudly too. Usually it's those types of people that have like these nasty close duels with good duelers, or just like their record doesn't really reflect how good they are usually the ones that get like big jumps into the top 10. For example, Farmer, right? Like Farmer is really good. You can see that right away. So that's why I kind of sacrificial cow gave myself to him, because I'm like, I would do that to the person in 9th or 10th. And like if I'm in top 10, I'm not going to spare myself these ridiculous matchups. Like, not trying to cheese my way to the top. Like, I got in the top 10 somehow, but clearly didn't deserve it. Yeah, who does these rankings? Exactly. How the fuck doesn't make any sense? I think I was actually on a really good win streak there for a while, which put me like high up in the top 10, or like not high up, but like six, I think was my highest rank. 6 or 7 maybe. Yeah, he was contender last week, yeah. Which it's weird to see him drop to 10, but like I'll have to go back and look. But also the other weird thing about the rankings is that it goes back 100 days. So like odd shit can happen sometimes. Like, but I've noticed that that's the best window to do, like, is 100 days. But like odd shit will happen. So like losses or wins from like 100 days ago will suddenly fall off the record, and like someone will either jump up or jump down. Like, if, for example, so that happened to someone. They had a lot of wins stacked up from like 100 days ago, and they won a match and then dropped in rank. I think it was Dazer. Like he had like a huge win streak that like fell off. He like lost, he lost a lot of wins from like 100 days ago almost immediately. So you usually don't lose more than like 2 or 3 at once. So it's not too much of a rock, but like, it's also why we've started inputting the duel data on the date the duel should have happened, which is the date of the DFC. Because like the people that would get duels in late and their date would go in there later, it would like really affect them 100 days later and drop ranks ridiculously. So like it was part of the grand design, but also like just part of the 100-day cycle. I heard I had a loss for now, having an opponent like my 2nd or 3rd week. You usually don't get a loss unless you like dodge or don't respond to people in Discord or something. Usually we don't just award losses unless it's like a dodge and you aren't able to connect like the entire week. But that's like really the only way that would happen. Nah, and you never get a loss for not having an opponent either. But I will say though, full transparency with a 100-day cycle and with how rankings work, it's not a loss, but it doesn't count. It definitely counts against you, because you sacrifice an opportunity to get a win. Right? Like you had an opportunity to get a win and didn't. So like in that way, it works against you. That really only matters though if you're like top 5. Like that's really when it matters, like a lot. Maybe I guess it would matter in the top 10 a little bit too, but 230 dodged me. Easy loss. GB Titan wins. Yeah, can't underestimate Demented, dude. Demented was He was another one of those duelers that, like, I had the pleasure, I think, or I was one of the first people to duel him in the DFC because I was, like, at a rank at that point where I was just getting newbies. But, like, there was 2 or 3 people, I think, that when I welcomed them to the DFC, it was frustrating because they were so good, and Demented was one of them. Demented, Chew 30, yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, not fun welcoming committees right there, like, coming in and really showing and proving. But, like, yeah, it's good though, because then I see personally how good this person is, so I take it into account for next week. Like, I don't think either one of them had a too terribly easy match after that, but not because it wasn't like out of spite. It was just like, oh, you're a fucking good dueler, I'm not gonna like put you against somebody who also just joined and we don't know. Like, you know, so I try to make them fair. Sometimes, though, you don't know. Like, there's sometimes people that join up and, like, you don't know that they're an insane dueler, and you give them someone who's just trying out dueling for the first time. It happens, dude. All right, cool. Thanks, Crafted. I appreciate the heads up, dude. I'll dial into this. Crafted's got his stream going. I appreciate that, man. A lot of times the best place to get a hold of me on while we're streaming is right on the actual chat in stream. So appreciate that. Crafted knows what's up. Crafted's on a Druid tonight, so it looks like perhaps they are going DVD. Druid v Druid. Yeah, Max, like, absolutely. The Xbox player that jumped onto PC for the first time, that's a fucking story, dude. That's kind of cool. Like, very interesting. Yeah. Oh, ES Fireball 80% versus Druid. No shit. Oh, this will be a match then. This is actually going to be a fun match to watch. Theoretically, one would think that the Fireball Sorceress has the advantage, but not necessarily in DFC. Because the Fireball Sorceress would have an advantage if they could go like 95%, but they can't in DFC. So while they do have a little bit of protection from an 80 or potentially 85% mana shield, they can still get cracked and killed with NATOs pretty quickly. Yo, what's up, Farmer? There he is. We might get... Dude, you down to get our duel in tonight? I was just getting my ass kicked by some Sins trying to practice. I knew I was going to be going up against an insane dueler, but... I don't know if I'm ready, but I'm ready. I'm down to try. Yeah, we had a controller user that he was playing on console, and then he popped over to PC for the first time tonight. All right, sick, man. Sick. All right, we'll watch Crafted's duel here. Or actually, if he's still waiting on his opponent, dude, maybe we could start up. Farmer, just make a game and PM me. Is it on North America? Do you duel on North America? Either way, make a game, let me know. And I'll pop in and join it. We can get it in. Central. Okay, cool. All right, I'll fire up the client then. All right, I'm glad we got some Sin practice in. I'm so glad we got Sin practice in, boys. I don't know how much is gonna help, but we're gonna see. All right, I'm gonna make a game. I'll PM you, Farmer. Oh, okay, you already got a game up. All right, cool. Just seeing that. All right. Let's see if I can redeem myself here. See if I can redeem myself. I'll try to keep an eye on the Discord over here too to see when Crafton and his opponent are ready to go. All right, good stuff. Sweet, man. Going up against Farmer. This ain't gonna be fun, boys. This ain't gonna be fun. Farmer, are you a whirl girl? Do you whirl at all, or is it just straight traps? I should ask in game. Whirl? What's up, man? Whirl. or straight traps? Yo, Real John. Holy shit, man. Dude, cheers to you. My dude, thank you so much. That's 7 months. Smoke the sin. Absolutely, dude. That's what I'm hoping to do, but he's a really tough sin. Really tough sin. Dude, John, that means a lot, man. I appreciate that sub. And 7 friggin' months, man. That's means a lot to me personally. I appreciate you. You're a hell of a dude. And I still remember that day you messaged me on Facebook. I know John IRL. And he's like, dude, I was watching some Diablo videos and yours popped up. And I was like, holy shit. It was the first moment that what I did kind of felt real. Like it had an effect in the world. So thank you for that, dude. It was really cool. Really cool moment. I'll never forget it. He's trap only, you're going to get smoked. You might be right. You might very well be right. But we can't go in with that attitude. We got to go in believing we can do it. And if there ever was somebody who could believe they could do something that they likely can't, it's fucking me. All right? And that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to destroy the most underrated dueler in the DFC right now. Prove why he is number 15 and I am number 9. All right? We're going to prove it. Show once and for all. You don't fuck with the murdered in. Yeah, murdered in. So, bow, ham, smite. All right, we ought to get some pools going, though, because this can be, yeah, okay, good. He's already got the pools. Because this can be pretty tough. It can be really tough on the mana. What's my cast? It feels fast. No, just 75. Okay. Okay.
Not in town.
Yes?
This is going to be dope, man. This is going to be dope. You're number 9? Not for long. How dare you, Crafted? You don't believe in me? The fuck is this? Don't you know? There's a reason I'm the number 9, okay? You want to put me against Farmer? I'll fucking show you, all right? Why I belong here. Dueling in the top 10 with the top 10 people in the world. It's because we can beat some of the best in the world. Easy. Easy. Won't likely be hard. I'm going to make it look easy. Dude, wow. All right. I'm going to bow, and we should be ready. Hey, yo, Mr. Llama SC, my dude. Holy, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, my dude. That is awesome. I'm in the middle of my DFC match, or I should say at the start of my DFC match, going up against one of the most underrated duelers, I think, in the DFC. This guy is a savage. We're not even hostile to each other. We're not even hostile. We're just practicing. You know, maybe it's because I'm nervous. This guy is way better than me. This guy's way better than me. And I got a lot to prove here. 05 incoming. It's possible. It's very possible that could happen.
I can't.
It's very, very possible. Oh, he's quick too. He's quick, dude. Okay. Let's do some crazy shit. He's quick. All right. We landed some damage, but I don't think it'll be enough. All right, I'm gonna try to keep him on the outside. But he's really good, dude, at CT casting traps. Wonder if I can bait him to make a mistake. Yeah, he's very quick. He's not going to stay on my screen for very long. That's the tricky part. He's not going to stay on my screen for very long at all. All right, he's probably arrow PK, but we also have to be very careful. Because now shit's getting serious. Oh, wow. I actually didn't expect him to get all aggro like that.
I am overburdened.
Where's he at? Can we get the arrow PK? He's gonna stay at a distance now. Yeah, there's no way he's letting me on screen, and he knows I can't chase. So, I don't really know what my options are here. I can't just go running willy-nilly into traps. I had an opportunity right there. I guess we just keep letting the arrows fly and maybe we'll hit. Don't really know, dude. Yeah, he's this is I don't know. I think I can't like if I was a better chain smiter, I'd just like chase him down. But I think I'm just gonna lates too. I know it sucks, but like I'm gonna just kind of aggressively lates. He'll probably run away from most of it, but I'm not gonna really walk up and engage unless there's like a great opportunity to do so. And then possibly the hammers will hit. Yeah, I have nothing. He's gonna heal back too, because he has mad rep. No! So close. GG. Yeah, I feel like that's how it's all gonna go, though. I could have him to 1 life, I'll never catch him. So it's like, it's sad but true. Because then it makes sense for the Sin to like kind of kick back at 1 life, and it's just impossible to catch. Sucks. I know, dude. Fucking sucks. Remember what I said before? But I don't know, Crafted. I was also at a very low life total, though, so I still feel like chain smiting was not the thing to do. But then again, hitting with the bow was also not the thing to do. So, That being the case, I wonder if the right thing to do is this. And we go, all we really need is, like, life. Okay. And also, like, you can't hit a sin with a hammer either as a hammered in. It just doesn't work. There's a very high chance that they're just going to block it. But most importantly, you're just never really going to be close enough to do it. It's gonna probably hit their Shadow Master, and that will block it for them. And then if it doesn't, it's gonna get claw blocked. Your chance of hitting an assassin in a duel with a hammer, for every 1,000 hammers you throw, you might hit him with 5. It's very, very low. Unless you're hyper aggressive with your hammered in, which is extremely hard to be. Especially if they get on the plan of like mind blasting you a lot. Hunt with level 1 FOH, just saying. Okay. Pure trap, yeah. Yeah, he's pure trap. I don't know what to do. I am like, this is the point I didn't want to be in the duel. I'm like demoralized, and it feels like I have no outs. I know it's not going to make for a good duel, but I think I'm just going to try to late as much as possible. Because, like, otherwise, I'm just dead. Like, I kind of have to hope that he runs into me. Like, I can't chain smite him. I can't telly stomp him. Really. He's always going to have traps up. See, just like that. That's what happens when you telly stomp. They just get out of the way, and then you eat traps. I guess I'm just gonna take my loss like a man. Like, I'm not gonna win. So just, you wanna make me stay in traps? Let's do it. Let's do it. Make me hunt for a name lock in your 5 traps. Let's go. Sometimes you get life tap and it's cool.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
I'm trying to take my loss like a man. Come on. I'll sit in 5 fucking traps. I will sit in 5 fucking traps if you stay here. Let's fucking go. I'm not chasing. I'm not fucking chasing. I'll sit in 5 fucking traps. Let's go. Let's do this. All right. I will accept that loss. I'm not fucking chasing around this map. I'll sit there in 5 traps and fight. All you gotta do is tally around. It's an accepting loss. I'm accepting it. I'm just trying to get it done and out of the way. That's an exciting duel. I'll still 90% lose it, but it's way better to be a part of. Elite could learn a thing or two from you, Cooley. I almost had a nice chain smite on him, but I just lost it. Like, I wish I could have followed up. Go, bro.
I can't carry anymore.
All right, let's do it again. I shall be here, waiting. I will fight in these 5 traps. I'm not even despawning them. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, man. Claw block for the win. We right here. We right here.
I am overburdened.
All right. That was a fun duel. We ain't chasing, boys. We'll sit right here. Yeah, I think maybe, I don't know. Sins are just OP against it. Well, I shouldn't say that. Sins are probably where they should be. Paladins are underpowered, for goddamn sure. So, like, I'm going up against a good player on a very good build as a mediocre player on an underpowered build. Yeah, def need the exile, for sure. I think I'm going to make that investment. Just because I feel like every week there's a debate as to whether or not exile should be banned. And then I play on a paladin again, and I'm like, you lose to everything. Like, absolutely paladins may have exile. It never getting banned. Like, absolutely never getting banned. Paladins are weak. All right, let's do it. Let's accept another loss like an absolute man. Let's do it. We right cheer. I'm trying to stay in these traps, bro. I'm trying to stay in them. Forces me to get better at name grabbing too. I kind of like it. Oh, clutch mind blast.
I can't carry anymore.
Easy. 4-0. I think you called it. I think you called it, Crafted. It's going to be an easy 5-0. It's going to be an easy 5-0. I felt very demoralized after the first 2 rounds. Like, actually, after the first round loss where I practically had him won, and I realized I can't kill him. There's just, like, you need to be level 10 fucking Chain Smiter or Aggression against a Trapper that's gonna evade you for the entire fight. 99% of players couldn't do it. I am definitely in that 99%, probably in the lower tier of it. It's just the simple fact that I had no outs. I'm like, he's at 1 life. I can't shoot him. I can't, like, the arrow will never land because of his Shadow Master and possibly Claw Block. I'm like, I literally felt demoralized at when he was at 1 life. I was like, yeah, that's how it's gonna go. All I needed was 1 round, which is why in the ensuing rounds, it's like, I'm not gonna pretend I have a shot. Like, let's do this in the middle of 5 traps. And honestly, it's not to say anything about, it's not to take anything away from Farmer, because the reason you feel demoralized is because you're going up against a very good player. Like, that is the key, and that's why a lot of people feel demoralized, I think, after going against Elite, is, you know, he's a very good player on top of being a very demoralizing player. You know, that's how you know you're going up against someone good. It's like, it's a demoralizing fight. Like, right now, he's extremely low, probably close to 1. I'll never hit him again. Because, like, he has no incentive to get aggressive, and I can't get aggressive. I don't have the skill. I don't have the skill to be aggressive. Oh, no, CJ. That sucks. Yeah, he's like 1 charge away. 1 charge, 1 hammer. You're not gonna connect. Because, like, every time I get on his screen, he'll just CT telly off my screen. Just in case I actually got him name locked. And it would be the same thing if I was like, let's assume I was really good at chain smiting. It would be the same thing. He would just CT. And even, you could be the best chain smiter ever. You're not going to get him. And then that will be the whole fight. You'll take a tiny bit of trap damage when you go in, and then he's gone. Absolutely gone. No chance. No chance to grab anything. I had maybe 10 frames to or 30 frames to grab a shot there. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. He's bowing. We'll let him bow. Gone. You get a name lock? Gone. It's just, you can't do anything. It's literally, you can't finish. The only reason he was aggressive before is because he could be. He had his life total, so he can kind of push the pressure a little bit. Neither one of us have a life total. Technically, I can't push the pressure. Technically, he would never push the pressure. So it's like, what a miserable duel. Paladin is the most miserable class. I think I maybe switch to CTA side for rep and hope to hit with hams. Let's do that. It's my only out to getting 1 round win. And by hope, I mean still small chance. But yeah, that's it. GG's. Miserable. Alright, might delete Paladin later. This build sucks. This class sucks. Damn. Good duels, man. Well played. You are extremely skilled on both Sin and anything we've seen you play. GG. Good dude. Alright, sick. You guys are dueling soon. I'm glad. I'm glad. God, dude. I knew I needed mad practice against Farmer. Because, like, Farmer is no chump, dude. We've seen him 2 or 3 duels now in the DFC. And, like, he's no chump, man. This guy's fucking solid. Like, he's a good dueler. And I knew. I was like, I need to practice against this guy. But like I said, after that very first round, I was like, I have 0 chance of killing him. Because he knows how to sin. And part of the reason why Sins were so dominant back in the day, right? It wasn't just because of Mind Blast. It wasn't just because, of the variety of attacks that they had. It wasn't because of the perpetual stun. That was a good piece of it. But it's just also, they're the best ranged character in the game. Like, you can't beat the range of a Sin. Of a good player on a Sin. CT casting traps and all of that. You can't beat them. You can't touch them. It's also Claw Block is very, very broken. You can't, there's nothing you can do. You could land the hardest attack in them on the game, which is landing a tele-stomped hammer on a Sin is one of the hardest things to do. Their Shadow Master could Mind Blast you. They could Mind Blast you before you land. And then even if you get a good hit, it could just get Claw Block. It's so hard to do anything. But, so for all of those reasons, like, Sins are just insanely good. And, one of the best characters that you can possibly be. And when you have a skilled person, like Farmer on one, you really just get to see how powerful the class is. I mean, we've seen a lot of skilled Sins in the DFC. Dude, I think Farmer's on that level, man. It felt like when I dueled Chew 30. It was the same thing. It was like, you cannot finish a Sin. You can't finish. And the same could be said for a Necro, and that's typically why Sin versus Necro is like a 2-hour duel. Because both classes, it's so hard to finish them. Should have used Mr. Llama's GG ring. If only it was on BattleNet. I was talking with him about it. It's on single player. I told him. I was like, as -10 bear runes now. You could have gambled that on BNet. And that would have been worth so much. You could stat out like 5 characters with that. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, he's just so fast. He knew, like, that's the thing. I didn't want to take anything away from Farmer from that because he was just very good on a Sin. But that's how you can tell. When you get demoralized by a player, you know they're fucking good. Just how it is. And speaking of Farmer, dude, my dude, cheers to you. I got the last of this Coke right here, going right to that, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Farmer. Very good duels. I'm a little tilted after our duels, but that speaks highly for you. It speaks highly for you. Usually I don't get too tilted against a Sin. I couldn't kill you, dude. You're very, very good. Can be defensively aggressive, if that makes sense. You can aggress people while running away from them. It's like a counter puncher. You can't get close. I couldn't finish. I'm like, right after that, round 1, I'm like, yep, this is his duel. That's when I quit round 1 mentally, you got a good style. A lot of people, it takes them a while to figure out that din too. It takes them a while to figure out the strategy, and you picked up on it very quick, man. It was very, very good, very impressive. Yes, I get tilted by Sins, I think, more than any other class. That's Max. That is a fact. Like, I think just about every duel. Let's do a mental trip down memory lane, right? Like, lose to druids, I'm okay with it. Lose to necros, it's gonna happen. Necros are the best class in the game in PvP. Nothing really beats them easily. So you just accept it. You're like, yeah, okay, that was meant to happen. Like, Sin is one of the only matchups on a Din that, like, you have a chance of winning it as long as you're not going up against, like, one of the, a very skilled Sin. I got tilted against Chew 30. I got tilted against Dazer. I got tilted against Farmer. All of these guys are on Sins. All of these guys beat me on Sins. VT is much better than HDIN against Trapper. Yes, 100%. I rarely had an issue against HDIN versus Trapper, but a good VT was difficult, mainly Smite. Yeah, and a good point about a good VT as well, because one of the most important things about playing as a VT and why I can't really play effectively as a VT, we were just talking about this earlier, Warren, is like, a good VT, it requires you to be skilled with aggression, right? Like, you need to be an aggressive dueler. And that's actually a skill in Diablo 2. A lot of people kind of expect it, and they're like, I need to be aggressive. But, like, it's really hard to do. And I've seen a lot of VTs out there. Some of them rely too much on FOH because you don't have to be as aggressive with it. But the true insane VTs are the ones that can chain lock you, that can keep the pressure, that will telly lock you. You never feel like you have any breathing room. And that's tough for any class, but especially a Trapper. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's all about the aggression. Yep. And yeah, you're right. If you have a bad VT, they just fall for baits all day. Like, you just set the trap up, and then you watch them come in and try to get their name lock. And when they start tellying, you just either walk or whirl down or whatever you're doing. And they're just going to eat so much damage. But, like, a good VT, you can't even set those traps up, dude. You don't have time to set those traps up. And, like, that's the difference. That's high skill level. If you see an aggressive VT, it's fair to assume that they're probably pretty skilled. But yeah, very, very tough, man. Tough matchup. Sins are insane. Sins are absolutely insane.
The order welcomes you.
I'm tilted yet again. But honestly, dude, I'm kind of happy about it because I don't know how I got into the top 10 of DFC. This probably knocks me out of it. And I think that's fair. It's like I said, I'm not going to take an easy match just because I'm the matchmaker. I think that was a fair match for Farmer. He's not quite in the top 10 yet, but he probably deserves to be. And, like, I was on the lower rank of the top 10. So, like, he deserved a top 10 shot, and I was probably prime suspect for it. So, like, I can't just dodge it because it's Farmer. You got to take it like a man. And sometimes that means you just got to sit in 5 traps and be like, let's fucking go. I'm going to die, but let's fucking go. That was my favorite part of that duel. It felt mentally liberating for me to let go of my fear of dying. And to say, I'm going to give it to you, but come fucking take it. No, ES orcs aren't banned. You just can't have over 85% ES. If you have over 80% ES, you can't use mana pots. You can have up to 80% ES and use full mana pots. So it's pretty liberal rules for not banning them, but essentially like an immortal sorceress would be banned. Like, you couldn't have 95% ES. 95% ES, like, on an Immortal Sorc is some of the most... I mean, it's cool to watch because you can't help but cheer for the Immortal Sorceress, but at the same time, it's miserable because they just never die. They just absolutely never die. Barnaby, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you saying that. All right? It makes me feel good even after getting my ass handed to me. He's running 80. Yeah, he's running 80 100%. No, if you have a like a 95% ES like Immortal Sorceress, you're rarely gonna kill that with one hit of anything. It's possible, but it has to be a very, very high roll of damage. By the way, Dirty, my dude, you've inspired me. I have to go make a refill here because I gotta give a toast to my man Dirty One, dude. Thank you so much for 9 months, baby. That's crazy. That means a lot, dude. That support really does mean a lot to me. So thank you for that. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some more of the good here while we watch this duel. I'll BRB, folks, so that we can raise a toast to Dirty himself. All right, BRB. Don't summon bear. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Should he not have any pets at this point? I actually am not very familiar. We haven't seen a lot of ES sorceresses in the DFC. Fireball ES sorceresses. Although I do speculate that they're actually in a pretty good spot right now. So it's odd to not see as many of them. But, you know, they're really good against the two top builds, right? They're really good against a Necro. They're extremely good against a Druid. They have a puncher's chance against these, and that's more than you can say for a lot of builds. Yeah, you kind of have to have Sage. I would figure he would want some sort of pet, especially the bear. Reason for the bear would be, if that bear hits the sorceress... Oh, wow, there it is, man. There it is. He gets there. Crafted gets there in round 1. And only lost like a third of his life, man. That actually wasn't horrible. That's a tough matchup. And he did choose to use the bear there. I'm not 100% sure if having a pet or not having a pet is the better option. But Crafted's a really good player, so I'm going to assume if he's using a bear, it's probably the way to go. I would figure that a bear would, in some close exchanges, could actually reach out and smack the sorceress and stun her, which would give you an opportunity to land a stomp. Yeah, that's what I would think too, Dirty. Yeah, knockback and blocks hits. Yeah, exactly. Well, it won't necessarily block too many hits unless it walks away from you. Because if it hits you up close, the splash damage of Fireball is still just going to go through and rip through that Cyclone armor. But, like, I would figure for the knockback is what you would want to use the bear for. Oh, Steph, you should have seen it, man. We did a tournament in LOD. This was before the launch of D2R, and our good friend Terrace from the Discord, a Sork aficionado, dude, tore everybody up demoralizingly with a 95% ES Fireball Sorceress. And I say demoralizingly because, like, it wasn't even an Immortal Sorceress. It was just 95% ES. And, like, he was sitting there. Granted, this was in LOD, but he was tanking guided arrows at 1 life. Like, tanking guided arrows. Tanking, like, blizzards. And, like, it's just so hard. It's, like, so hard to kill a 95% ES Sorceress. That, like, yeah, you can't help but cheer for him. Don't get me wrong. But, like, if you're on the other side of it, remember, like, that duel that I was just in versus Farmer. Did you see how demoralizing it was for me? The fact that he was practically 1 hit away and I could not touch him. That same feeling gets amplified 20 times with a 95 ES sword. Because not only do they have faster cast frames and you're still not catching them, not only can you not catch them, but even if you do, even at such a low life total, you really need to smack them to actually finish them. So it's like, it's demoralizing for just about every build that it goes up against. Is it killable? Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely kill a 95% ES Sorceress. The difference is, you can't kill one when you have a good player on it. Like, if you have all else being equal, the 95% ES Sorceress wins 95% of the time against every other class. Like, I can't think of a class that has a terrible matchup against. Like, literally, a Barb has to catch her. Good luck. You know, possibly a very, very good Smiter. Like, okay, I could see that. Nothing, literally nothing. There's no problem. I like that suggestion, honestly, GB. I like the use of Meteor and setting it up. Having a Meteor setting on him, I actually do like that. Also like the use of Hydra here, though. Now, Hydra will very rarely break through that Cyclone armor, but it will weaken it. It will weaken it, and it will force... oh my god, nice hit there. Nice hit from Crafted. It's going to force his opponent to recast that Cyclone armor after all of these exchanges. And that is exactly... That exchange right there is exactly what the ES Fireball Sorceress wants to do. Wants to get in these close range exchanges where Crafted is not ready. He's not ready, and she just wants to stomp and absolutely annihilate. Yeah, and it is Dingus McGee that Crafted's going up against. I forgot his opponent there. I had to check. And damn, Dingus slain again by Crafted, the master himself. Oh, and by the way, cheers to you, Dirty. I think I meant to do that as soon as I got back. Yeah, you can't stand still for too long, man. They just wear down that Cyclone armor, and if the Sorceress gets a hit in with Fireball, it's gonna hurt, man. Fire damage rips through Cyclone armor so quickly for some reason. Way, way more than most other skills. Granted, cold damage will rip through it too, but it's a lot harder to land a cold attack against a Druid, right? So, like, it's rare to land a Blizzard, and even if you do, it's probably just going to be one big hit that the Cyclone armor probably will absorb. It probably couldn't take a second hit, but it won't need to. You know, it won't need to. If the pets don't block it, the Cyclone armor will eat most of it for sure. Could essentially play Fireball like NVD. That's a good point. Blaze really good now. Ooh, yeah, dude. You could fire up Blaze and then win the walk down all the time. He said Hydra was killing Oak Sage too. Ooh, good observation. Yeah. Yeah, and that's everything you want, right? So, like, when they go in and they miss and you don't have a Fireball waiting or a Meteor, ripping up their pets, like especially Oak Sage, very good idea. I'm not sure. That's awfully weird. Maybe the bear's just too big or something? Did the bear get bowed? I'm not 100% why that's the case. Maybe he casted it after he battle orders. He probably casted the bear after he battle ordered. That would be my guess. Because it should show on a bear. This is insane, man. So it looks like potentially Dingus is making some edits on his Sorceress. He was kind of in the tank there a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he was doing. I'm going to check the Discord, see if he's streaming from his angle. Would be cool to see. I don't see him, but I do see Max and Demented in the Discord. That will be really cool to watch after this. Holy shit. Yeah, look at that, man. It's like tearing up the Oak Sage. So every time Crafted goes in for one of these exchanges, look at this. He has to recast his Cyclone armor and recast his Oak Sage. Now, that could be presenting an interesting opportunity for Dingus that he appears to not be capitalizing on. And yeah, look at that. As soon as Crafted went in, the bear actually connected on Dingus and knocked him back, which gave him a big opportunity for a stomp. Yeah, bear is definitely the way to go here. What I would really love to see is in these exchanges where Dingus absolutely annihilates this this Oak Sage and this armor with these Hydras, is to follow up on it and see if he can chase down Crafted. Just like that. I mean, that was it's a very good opportunity. I don't think he's taken advantage of. I mean, granted, it is very hard. We were just talking about this. Pushing the pressure and being aggressive is actually an extremely hard thing to do in D2R. When everybody can, you know, teleport away and be just as fast at getting away from you as you can to catch them, it forces you to be the precise one. It forces you to grab the name locks, you to grab the perfect angles on people. And all they got to do is just teleport away randomly. They could surprise themselves with what direction they're going. You know, you have to be the smart one as the aggressor. And dude, look at this. Dingus actually got some mad damage in there, and I think a lot of that pre-damage came from Hydra ripping down that Cyclone armor. I think that was because of that Hydra. He was able to get in some big damage there. And Crafted looking for a name grab here, looking to lock him. Top 3 strongest classes in 1v1 PvP. I would say for sure Necro and Druid are top tier. Necro is so far ahead of everything else. It's on a different planet. But so like Necro is by far the best. If you take Necro out of the equation for a minute and just assume that it's on another planet with how powerful it is, you then have probably Druid, Sin, Barb. Maybe Druid, Barb, Sin in that order. Yeah. Definitely Necro, Druid, Barb are the top 3 all around, though. Like, by far. The only thing about the Barb, though, is it requires you to be one of those aggressive players that we're talking about. You have to get good at being aggressive, at chasing your opponent down, at chain zerking them. You have to be very good on the Barb in order to get results. It's a all aggressive build. You have to be the aggressor in order to get the kill. There's no other way. But if you are good with the Barb and you are aggressive and you can master that, it's definitely one of the top builds. Yep. And as far as Necro is ahead of everything else, Paladin is probably sunken in the depths of hell with how bad it is. It's extremely bad in PvP right now. Paladins need buffs badly. And it's hard to see that, like, it's hard to say that when you see somebody like Joby go at it, or if you've ever had the pleasure of watching Marvel Duel. When you see people like that on a Paladin, you're like, oh, Paladins are so OP. But really, it's just that player with the Paladin, with years and years of experience. Let's assume all players are at a medium skill level. Nice stomp there from Crafted. Very nice chain lock and stomp. But assuming all players are at the same, equal medium skill level, wow, that was incredible. Then, Paladins just blow. There's just, you have no good matchups. Is Hybrid Sin strong? Yes. Hybrid Sin, very, very strong. So if you're talking like Whirlwind and Traps, very, very strong. Some of the top players in DFC right now are aficionados of the Hybrid Sin. Yeah, do it up, man. It's really cool. A lot of players also ask sometimes, like, what build they should make if they're trying to get into PvP. And they're like, hey, I don't want to spend a lot. I want to be able to put something together that's reasonably good, even if I don't have the best gear. Hands down, Necro. Or Druid. Very good classes to build to get into it, especially if you're not really sure your style yet. If you're an aggressive player or if you're a defensive player, both of those builds will favor that playstyle if you're good at it. And they're just also naturally powerful and have naturally good matchups against a lot of other builds. Yep, Druid and Necro cheapest for sure. I mean, if we're talking plane skillers or whatnot, those are dirt cheap these days. You could probably get 3, 4, 5 plane skillers depending on what you're talking about for a high rune. Maybe less. Yep. If you're talking paladin, though, a lot of people want to throw a Hammerdin together. First of all, Hammerdins are terrible in PvP. A lot of people crack them up because they're like, oh, they do so much damage. But it's like, they often don't hit. All right, so it looks like these guys are swapping out on the stream here. I'm not sure if their duel was over. Was their duel over, or are they just swapping servers? Not 100%. I'm going to pop into Demented here. Just wait and see if we get Crafted that fires his stream back up. They might be from different servers. And what we do when people are on like different parts of the world is they'll do an FT3 in one game, and then they'll make a game on the other server and do another FT3, and the better record wins. So that's how we kind of we fight against like server lag and stuff. Yeah, they are switching servers. Okay. GG. Demented. Thanks for showing off gear here, man. Giving us something to check out, some GG stuff to check out while we wait for this server switch. What a hell of a guy. He's always paying attention. Good dude. What's the name of the background music to most of your videos? The one with the trumpet? Is it the one that's playing right now in the background? This one right here? That one, that is Tin Spirit by the Freedom Trail Studio. If there ever was a song to sum up my personality in a concoction of strings and musical accompaniments, it's this song right here. It's got a little bit of funk, a little bit of island vibes, and you know, just overall chill. Pretty cute basic neck. Yeah, pretty much, man. It's crazy. It's crazy that we look at life skillers with life and 20 life small charms. We're like, yeah, pretty basic. Oh, he's got a Shaco. Yeah, it's basic. Welcome to PvP. Your gear's it's okay. This would be fully decked out. I feel like a fully decked out PVM character. Yeah, this is actually really good quality. This is Demented stream. Yeah, this is like solid quality. Yeah, we're just actually waiting for yeah, we're waiting for Crafted to dial back in. It looks like he has. They might be clearing the moor here. Okay, good stuff. Yep, these guys clearing the moor, getting ready to finish out their FT3, I believe possibly on Europe now. Yeah, definitely a different world. It's one of those play styles where, like, I mean, it's the end game, right? Like, a lot of the characters that you'll use, you'll probably want to have your character complete. Although, I mean, it's not necessary. You know, if you don't have the best stuff, or you don't have a complete character, I mean, hell, a lot of us who are PvPing now, we were PvPing at the start of D2R with like very minimal gear, and especially with the start of every ladder season, if you're just getting into PvP, I've seen a lot of people do that this season. They actually started on ladder because they were like, okay, well, everybody gets an equal start. No one's really going to have outrageous gear, like way more powerful than me. You know, I can kind of get an even keel with people and learn. I saw a lot of people do that this season. Some of them are actually talking and saying like, hey, I can't wait till ladder resets because I want to join DFC. Makes me so happy to hear that. Bro, it's this song playing at 3:35. Let's check it out. Hold on. Let me pop this open. All right, hold on. This will be a quiz. All right, let me kill some background music here, some background sounds. We're gonna pop quiz. Pop quiz. The screen will go a little bit blank here for a minute, but we're checking this out. All right, at 3:45. I gotta kill this background music. Sorry. Let's pause this for now. So pop quiz. What song is it? 345. Good. Items are pretty standard for this guy. We've got a non-perfect Hodo. See, I told you. It was budget. We have a it's funny, we were just talking about that. It's okay, so let me show you. It's oh, I didn't transition over, sorry. 230 20 helm. This one has a life and fire res. Yeah, this one. Items are pretty standard for this guy. We've got a non-perfect Hodo. See, I told you. It was budget. We have a 230 20. Yeah. This one is called, I'll actually play it right now. This one is pretty dope. I like this for a lot of videos. It's called Flight to Tanusha. And let me get the artist here. I'll actually, I'm going to jam it. I forget the artist off the top of my head. Yeah, or Flight to Tunisia or whatnot by Cosmic. Flight to Tunisia by Cosmic. Yep. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, Flight to Tunisia, Cosmic. Very chill song. That coronet looks like a trophy room find to me. That's budget. Yeah. No, I only paid 1,000 forum gold for this one, I think. Like, I actually got it off from, I think it was Vince, who's a friend of Maddie, Joby. I got it off from him, and he cut me a deal for like 1,000 forum gold, way earlier on in launch, and like it's actually not bad. Like it's not bad. Probably not trophy room viable though, trophy room worthy, because well, it's missing some things. I mean, it's a 230/20 socket, which is cool and all, but it just needs so much more. The life and res that come in that are from the jewel, so like. It just looks spiffy based on what's on it, but it's you know, just because of that jewel. There's way better out there. Hey, no problem, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I appreciate those kind words, man. It really means a lot to hear that people are liking it. I put a lot of heart and soul into most of the stuff I do, so I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, like the trophy room circles you'll see are like 100K or more. And those are like the 2 open socket 230/20s with like life, dex, or mana, or all res, or something like that. Like the value of those goes up so much more the more abilities that you find on them that are like usable. Mine technically has 3 abilities on it, like 230/20. So pretty basic in that sense, really. I think it has some mana on it too, which is like an okay ability to have, but. Faux show, man. All right, so they're on a different server now, and I'm wondering who has. It looks like okay. Believe it or not, oh my God! So Crafted's ping is actually super low. So this tells me this is probably his server, which is very interesting because he already won the exchange on his opponent's server, I would assume. So one could only guess that this will probably go in favor of Crafted. I think if Crafted gets... I don't believe Dingus got any wins on the previous server. So that means if Crafted gets 1 win here, he wins the match. Because the better record is what we go with on these multiple server duels. So literally, Dingus has to win all of these. If he loses any of them, it's over. I don't, dude. What was he famous for? Did he do anything in particular? Was he just a modder in the Bloodmoor? And there it is, man. Crafted takes it. I believe, because I don't think Dingus got anything. Yeah, I don't believe he got a win on the other server. Yeah. If it's cross 4-0, then it's over. Yeah, it's over. This is my brother's newest character. Definitely unfinished. I like it, man. I love the fact that he's going with the ES Fireball. I think it's really good. Like I said, I think it's in a really good position right now. You know, and he's honestly not bad on it. I actually like his strategy. Like, the setting up the Hydras and kind of baiting a stomp from your opponent is really cool. Really cool. You know, you could also throw Meteor in there. You know, we were talking about that for absolute devastation. But the only problem with Meteor is your opponent can see that that's coming down. So, like, they may not stomp you if they see a Meteor is coming down on top of you. But they won't think twice if you're surrounded by Hydras. So, like, I honestly like that strategy of his. And the more items he gets for that, the more he sharpens that up and, you know, and gets more comfortable on it, too. I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, man. Yeah, most serious PvP is done on non-ladder because the really good duelers don't like rebuilding their characters every season. Like, they spend a lot of time and resources making their character, so to redo that every 3 months just doesn't really make any sense. So, like, a lot of dueling happens on non-ladder. Like, the best dueling, top duelers, people that spend the most time and resources are on non-ladder. Yep. I mean, I personally, I've been building up all of my characters since the launch of D2R, and some of them still aren't complete. Like, even my Murder Den, who I put the most resources into, still needs a bit more work, right? Like, that took months and months and months and months to build up. I'm not redoing that on ladder. Overpaying for shit, buying shit twice. Like, no way. No way. Yeah. Murder Den is basically a hammered-in charger that uses a bow and arrow, too. So he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. But it's good for adapting to certain situations. But, you know, it's like a jack of all trades, master of none is what a Murder Den is. Like, which is my exact style in PvP. Like, I know basically how to do a lot of stuff. I'm not good at anything. Like, I'm not top tier at anything. So, like, it allows me to kind of pick and choose what attack I'm going to use against someone that they'll absolutely hate. Sometimes, though, you don't have enough tricks with the Murdered In, which really sucks. That's kind of a paladin in general right now. Sometimes you just don't have enough tricks. People going to switch to ladder duels if there's a good new patch. I doubt it. The only reason that there would be a good new patch, right, would be good new rune words. So what people will likely do is just wait for the ladder to reset. They'll just go make those rune words on ladder and then wait for ladder to reset and put those new rune words on their non-ladder dueler. Like, there's not a lot of people that spend resources building up ladder duelers. Yeah, I think I did for a little bit, Math. Like, way back in the day when we would make items on Hero Editor and then join Open BattleNet, I would always lose because someone else was just hacked way more than me, and I guess I didn't really understand what abilities I should put on my items. But, like, yeah, I mean, it was fun for a little bit, but I got into BattleNet dueling just because items had value, and like back in those days, if I wanted to quit and come back later, I always could. Like, you know, when your characters would expire, I'd be like, okay, I guess I'm done with D2 for a while, and like sell my shit for forum gold, and then like 6 months, a year later, come back and buy it back. Like, you know, that way you don't have to worry about shit expiring. Hell yeah, man. Max versus Demented. This is going to be big, dude. Whoever wins this, it's going to be a big statement for him. If Max wins against Demented, Max would have beaten a top 10 dueler. So that's big for him. But if Demented wins, it's a pretty big statement because he's kind of on he lost the title last week, and for some reason has, you know, dropped to number 10. I'll have to check the records and see what's going on here. But like, it proves that he doesn't belong you know, in the bottom tier. He belongs in the top 10, which I think is most certainly true. You know, but Max right now is like, if Elite is the boogeyman of like the top 5, Max is the boogeyman of like outside the top 10 right now. Like, you don't want to see this guy in a duel. He typically uses what I believe he's using tonight, a Blade Fury Sin, which is so rogue in PvP. It's so rogue. And like this thing rips, man. Yeah, he's using, it looks like, ooh, is it? Yeah, it's Blade Fury. This thing rips. Like he'll chuck some ninja stars at you and like you'll get PK'd real quick. Like 1-2 hits, boom. That's it. And it looks like right now he's chasing down Demented, who I believe, yep, he's on a Necro. Demented is on a Necro, which is going to force Max to be a little bit more aggressive in this duel. Which is typically something that this build doesn't want to do. This build would almost particularly rather you go and chase it. I'm going to switch over to Demented side here. Get a little bit of audio probably with our match. And also a very good stream quality. Max's stream quality is very good. Oh my god! And you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Do you see how much life Demented just lost? That was a 2-hitter. Through bone armor and everything. That's insane. Max's Blade Fury Sin, dude. This shit is nuts. Oh my god. Wow. I did not expect that.
I can't carry anymore.
I did not expect that. And Demented is a savage too. Wow, man. Okay. Let's see if we can check out Demented's style and what he's going to implement for a strategy here in this next round. Now, you see, with any character, it seems like, against a Sin, especially one that's so rogue like this, you just want to get in and fire some shots, right? Well, basically, you don't want to stay on anywhere close to a Sin like this. Because when they land that Blade Fury, the damage is so devastating. It's so devastating, man. The only problem is it does rely on like attack rating, and you can block it. So there's a lot of outs for some of these characters. And it forces Max to sort of focus on AR and actually being able to connect on his opponent. But when he does, it's well worth it. Which I think all of the other melee attacks could probably take some notes from that, right? Like, if we're going to keep AR around and we're going to keep, these defense and AR calculations and block and all of this, which I think we should, I think skills like Zeal should just do probably 10 times the damage they do. Like, you know what I mean? That sounds ridiculous. But you don't see Zealers, like, in PvP. Like, seriously? Like, you don't see serious Zealers in like, typical PvP. You'll see them in melee duels for sure. But, like, all melee attacks should just do vicious damage. Like, they should do absolutely outrageous damage. Because by the time you fight through all of the calculations that it takes to connect on your opponent, you can't hold a candle to the damage that spells do. Yeah, it looks like he's just got a very basic, like, cookie-cutter Necro, but Demented is a very good player. And that's the thing. You don't necessarily need the best items, dude. Like, it just matters how good of a player you are. Like, we saw Toshank, like, absolutely rip into people playing on budget builds, like, ripping down some of the top 10 players. Like, skill means so much more than items in the game. Items just really back you up quite a bit when you get them. Yeah, and I think this is a good style for Demented right here. He's playing kind of a little bit of cat and mouse, like trying to trap Max into these exchanges at long range and try to catch him with like this train of bone spirits. And to try to frustrate Max is what he's trying to do. He's trying to make Max chase him and approach him at the wrong angle. I don't think so, because even so, right? Like, how many zealots do you see in PVM? And plus, PVM is just easy. Like, how many zealots do you see in PVM farming the end game? They're all hammered-ins or FOHers. No one's reasonably using a zealot. I mean, in PVM, they're hitting essentially just a couple of targets at once. It's something, all I'm saying is, that's just my off-the-cuff suggestion. Something needs to be done with melee, because nobody melees. And what a lot of people don't know is that Whirlwind is not a melee skill. Melee is defined as skills that require you to be toe-to-toe with your target. And Whirlwind does not require you to be toe-to-toe. You can Whirlwind from the outside and connect. You can hit multiple targets from ridiculous ranges. You know, even though it's close range, it's not melee. But like Zerk is melee. You know, Concentrate is melee. It requires you to be toe-to-toe. You like need to be toe-to-toe to connect. Oh, nice chaining from Max. Max just pulled off a chain lock right there. And what that is it's when you basically force your opponent to do something different to escape you. And how you do it is you just hold down teleport right on top of your opponent. And it forces them, if they're in the pattern of running away like this, it kind of puts them in panic mode and forces them to do something different. And when they do, that's when you have your opportunity to capitalize on it and use your offense. But chain locking like that, or tele locking, just allows you to keep up with your opponent wherever they're going. They can't get away from you. Yeah, Zerk might have the same range as the weapon, but what you're missing is that you don't have to be at that range with Whirlwind, right? Like, you don't have to directly click on top of your target. You don't have to be at that range. You know, you could Whirlwind on the outside and click. And this isn't my definition of it. This is the definition that's like existed since the days of LOD. Whirlwind has never been melee. And because of that reason. You don't need to click on your target, and you don't need to be toe-to-toe with your target. But yeah, so like, the range of the weapon is not necessarily what we're talking about here. It's just like the range at which your weapon can connect and that you're expected to be. You're like, if you're expected to be toe-to-toe with your opponent, it's melee. You know, or toe-to-toe with your target, it's melee.
In town.
And damn, Demented takes round 2. We even this up at 1-1. Yeah, don't think of like don't think of the range of the weapon as like the range of the attack, right? Like, think of like triangular whirlwinds and how far away like you can be with that, right? Like, that's not toe-to-toe combat as much as Zerk is. Like, Zerk, you have to be on top of your opponent or your target, holding down their name and connecting. Whirlwind, just click somewhere near them, right? Like, click somewhere near them. So think of it like not the range of the weapon, but like the range of the engagement of the attack. Yeah, I mean, GB, take it to the melee community and tell them. I would happily bring a Whirlwind Barb into a melee duel if they'd allow it, but most of them, they don't. So yeah, you know what? I believe you. I believe you. Convince them. Convince them, and I think you will have won a significant battle. Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely see the difference in Zerk and Whirlwind. Like, if I'm being honest with myself, I see the difference in Zerk and Whirlwind. Like, you can't just randomly Zerk in a certain area and hit somebody in PvP. Like, oh, I'm just going to click close. Doesn't work. You might connect with a pet, but you won't connect with a player. But Whirlwind is just like, all right, I'm going to click somewhere down here, and my character's going to whirlwind across the screen, like, attacking everything on the way. You're not aiming all of those attacks. Like, it's a very short-range attack, but definitely not toe-to-toe. Yeah, most people don't. Most people don't, but that's the only reason why I'm saying that, GB, is because it's not technically considered a melee, melee in the melee community for that reason. And that's, like them or not, years and years of, you know, work and effort and thought and theory crafting that have gone into the Melee community. So although I don't Melee much, like, you can't discount like the thought and the definitions that they've come up with. Like, they have more work in it than me. I tend to trust what they're saying. Oh man, Demented had a sneaky name lock in there against Max. Very sneaky name lock from all the way across the map. That was insane. But yeah, but for all intents and purposes, Whirlwind still does rely on attack rating and all of this stuff. So like, from a design standpoint, it's really hard to make a difference there, right? Like, to differentiate that from a design standpoint. Like, if that's what you mean, very hard to differentiate the two. But like, a PvP standpoint, most of the Melee community wouldn't consider that Melee. But yeah, from that design standpoint, where they're both still using AR, defense, block, all of these things matter, hard to differentiate. So yeah, it's a big puzzle, man. It's a big puzzle. But Melee characters just blow in D2. They're not really viable in any sense of the word. You know, in all around PvP, and no one's really using them in PvM. I can't believe I never knew that you could buy more than one potion at a time. Oh yeah, like with the shift clicking? Yeah. Yep. So the name lock is basically when it's when you click on your opponent's, or you either click or right click on your opponent's name and you hold down. You don't let go of the click. And it basically keeps launching attacks in that right on top of your opponent. And you can tell because their name will still appear somewhere on the side of the screen, right? Like, their name will still pop up, meaning that you have them name locked. Otherwise, your cursor will just be a precursor, like, you know, nothing will pop up. But if you have someone's name grabbed, then it will follow you around the screen, or it will follow them around the screen. Wind Druid is melee because Tornado is physical damage. Redemption with troll comment of the day. I love it. Yeah, Clay Golem, Blood Golem didn't get a boost, but Clay Golem got banned in DFC. Just because the Necro is on a different planet with how powerful it is. It's the most powerful class by eons in PvP. Nothing holds a candle to it. So instead of nerfing, you know, the amount of damage that a Necro could do and all of this stuff, we actually just took some of its defenses away. So we took Clay Golem away because, like, it just absolutely neuters every build that is, like, IAS based. So if you have a Smiter, if you have, like, the Murder Den, if you have a Barb, like a Zerk Barb, you can't beat a Clay Golem. It hits you or you hit it and you're fucked. Like a Zon, same thing. Like, you have a pet that absolutely neuters a handful of builds. So we took that away to give those builds a shot. And then we also took away the Necro's ability to have max block. They're capped at 42. So that way, hopefully, builds that, you know, want to do some up close damage to them, like a Barb or an Amazon, it's still not a good matchup for those builds, but they have a shot. And, you know, for that same reason, Clay Golem was banned. Like, there's just no reason to slow your opponent by 50% when they connect with your Golem, like for an already godly dueling class. And yeah, in some matchups like NVN or NVD, it doesn't matter. Like, the Clay Golem doesn't matter, but some people aren't statting Clay Golem now because of that. They're just going, well, I guess you still do stat Clay Golem, but they're not using Clay Golem because of that rule. Yeah, exactly, Belligerent. Like, so even after they teleport away and they're 2 screens away from you, that crafty name lock, you know, that Demented had, all of those spirits that he kept sending were going directly towards Max. Like, they were going to follow Max around the map because he had him name locked. Instead of just launching them in that direction, they were all going right on top of him. And wow, Max gets another insane kill there on Demented. Let's see if we can pop over to his standpoint and check this out. This is really cool, man. I absolutely love this Sin. Really fun to watch, man. I think it's probably, what is it, 2-2 right now? 2-2 in this matchup? No way. Is this true? No way. Ladder ends next week? What? Hold on. I'll show you what we're looking at here. That's interesting. Uh, the link that Kitasha just sent. Ladder ends next week. Really? This is from Pez Radar. He says, "Hi all. I know it's been a bit quiet on the D2R front, especially this week, as all other Diablo titles have had some sort of news. But fear not, we are hoping to share some news about PTR next week. A bit late, I know, and a bit outside of our windows we were aiming for with ladder seasons, but the team is working on a feature that they would like to test in PTR that is pretty big, and they want to make sure we can get an accurate feedback on it before it goes live in the PTR." Wow, dude, that's some interesting news. Dude, thanks for sharing that, man. Thanks for sharing that. I was hoping to put out a news video here real soon. Maybe I'll try to work that in there. Maybe we'll try to work that in there, man. That's kind of cool. It's very esoteric. Who knows what he's actually saying, but wow. What do you guys think it could be? New feature and it's pretty big? Wow, dude. Right? It could be something that PD2 has had for 5 seasons already. Yeah, right? Like stackable gems. Oh, wow. Wow, dude. That'd be sick. Yes, please. Weapon swap glitch. Yeah, good find, man. That's really cool. That is really cool. That would be sick. I would so be down for it. I mean, it would be the answer to a lot of people asking for the currency tab, even, right? Like it's an easier answer than making a currency tab. It's like having stackable gems would be something really cool. Searchable stash or searchable account. How good would that be? Because even with all the stash tabs, you're still gonna have mules and characters where you're like, where the fuck did I put that item? It happens to me all the time. But I highly doubt they would introduce anything that involves a query because queries tax out their server more than anything. So like anything that involves a query, like searching, yeah, I doubt it. I doubt they're gonna do it. I'm ready to be disappointed. Ooh, big hits there from Demented. Max going with dual claw here so he can utilize that potential weapon block. It's one of the Sin's most powerful skills, man. There was a couple of exchanges there where Demented had a cloud of bone spirits that should have connected on Max, but Max didn't take any damage. And that's because of that clutch weapon block, man. After it procs, you're invulnerable to attacks for like a few frames. And dude, it's just so busted. It's just so busted, man. Dedicated PvP arena. Ooh, come on, give it to me. Maybe PvP maps, yeah. That would be sick. Without mobs and shrines. Ooh. Yep. Yeah, that would be sweet. I doubt they're going to do it, but oh my god, and Max gets IBS'd, man, which isn't irritable bowel syndrome, but invisible bone spirit. Oh, shitty way to go on that one. But yeah, GG though. I think it's 3-2 currently in this match with Demented and Max. I prefer to do some CS runs rather than clear more, right? Yeah. I think there needs to be an area in game that's easy to access, doesn't take long to go back and get your body, or hell, in a PvP arena, just give us our body back when we die, immediately. But there needs to be some area that's easy to access and easy to get back to after you die. I think it'd be really cool. It should just be like a red portal that you can enter even if you're hostile to somebody. and then it just spawns you somewhere randomly on the map. Instead of going into a portal and people being able to camp the portal, you just get spawned randomly somewhere in it. That would be cool. And it just spawns in Act 5. That'd be perfect. No, you can play the corners. You just don't want to like overplay. Like you don't want to like overuse the environment so that your opponent like can't hit you. Like you don't want to hide in a house or, hide behind corners all the time, but you can use them. There's in fact something called wall banging that we see Elite do, who's the top necro in the world. We see him do it a lot. It's called wall banging. And it's where you kind of sit by a wall and you launch spirits or spears down the side of it, knowing that your opponent is going to teleport past that wall. Like they're going to try to CT teleport past the wall and catch you, and they're going to land somewhere close to that wall. Like it's a defensive tactic that, offensive defense, if you can call it that. Top lates necro name things. He definitely can do that too. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Elite. Like he can be super aggressive and he knows how to be super aggressive. But when you get him hurt and in trouble, you're not going to catch him. It's going to be just like that duel with Farmer today where I got my ass kicked. You can't catch him when he's low life. He will outrange you and he will make you work for it. And if you can't keep up, he'll get you. And some people will call that latesing. Probably in a lot of senses of the word, it is latesing. But in my opinion, there's a time to lates, and it's usually when you're almost dead. Like, it makes sense. Because you got to figure, at the top tier of competition, people aren't just going to give it to you. Like, they're not just going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm almost dead. They're not going to pull a coolie and be like, I'm dead in this matchup. Come fucking take it. Like, they're not going to do that. They're going to be like, I'm the champion. You need to take it from me. You need to come get me. Yeah. Telly Smiters are really fun, man. Telly Smiters require very, very high skill level, I think, to be good at. But they're a super effective build if you are good. Oh man, nice chain there from Max. The good thing about Max's Sin, you might notice here that he only has like 2,100 life, and his battle orders has not run out. That is his life total with battle orders. He committed a lot of core points to dexterity for both damage and attack rating. This is a very unique build. But the cool thing is when you have that low of life, if he hits this blood golem or he hits any of these pets, there's a chance that he can leech life back, and it looks a lot more devastating than it really is. It's just that he doesn't have a lot of life in the first place, so leeching back 5-10% life, is off of a PvP target. It actually looks to be a lot more of a heal than it really is. Yeah, so rewarding. No doubt. No kill ever feels better than getting a nice chain lock on your opponent as a paladin. Nothing feels better and more rewarding in PvP. A nice chain lock with like a VT or a smiter and absolutely harassing your opponent, giving them no room to breathe and landing vicious telly smites until they die. There's nothing more satisfying than that feeling because it's hard to do. What a crafty player Max is. You notice that he had a name lock from the outside, but chose not to use it for a little bit. He was happy just chucking Blade Fury from way on the outside, knowing that those will still hit his opponent. And then when he knew that Demented didn't expect that he had him chain locked, he let it go. And it came right down on top of him and surprised him from a weird angle. Didn't look like he landed too many shots from it, unfortunately. But man, it was a good play. Oh, yeah, and Demented's got a screen of Bone Spirits that he's trying to tag Max with here and finish things off. Max is very low, probably a good number of teeth away, but definitely a spear or a spirit away from death, I would imagine. Score here, I believe, is either 2-2 or 3-2. If it's 3-2, it's in favor of Demented, who's the Necro. But it's very, very close. Yeah, extremely close, man. This is back and forth. Yeah, well, I mean, part of the reason they're OP too is just like it's for the same reason we were talking about with the Sin, is because they're just hard to catch. Like, and you know, personally, you can't expect a Necro to be like up in your face, and you know, when they're a long distance caster, you can't expect them to sacrifice their long distance advantage on just about every build. You know, so they have it. It's a long distance advantage, man. They're probably the king of long distance. Absolute king. Second only to the Sin, I think, which technically they're also very good at the long distance. But the problem is when you're a Sin engaging with a Necro at like hyper long distance, like, you know, borderline neck of the map, the payoff for a Sin is not very good at that distance. You might land a trap, but your opponent's going to get out of it. They're not going to be Mind Blast locked. But the payoff for a Necro is really good. Because if they connect with a Bone Spirit, it's going to fucking hurt. Like, it's going to do a lot of damage, especially in the new patch. It's going to do an absolute metric shit ton of damage. So, like, that's the trade-off. Like, both of them are really good long-range duelers. It's just over time, the Necro will land significantly harder hits. Yes, he has. Yes, he has, Arch. Yeah, he's really good at this character that nobody uses. Max, fun fact about him. This is one of the OG players. This guy's been playing since the good old days of LOD. And I don't mean just LOD. I mean like patch 1.08 LOD. They call this guy the grandfather of the Kicksin. There was many guides on JSP about different assassin builds, especially surrounding Kicksins. But Max was one of the first to put this together in such a GG fashion. Top tier, talking about 08 Valks, and all of the precious breakpoints that you could hit in tandem with so many different gear setups. And we're lucky enough to have Max here dueling in the DFC with such crafty, creative builds. And this is one of the types of guys that Assassin is very close to his heart. This guy doesn't give up, you know, on this build right here. He studies it. He studies the breakpoints, and every the weirdest things about the Assassin and how their skills work, Max will know and understand. Some of the things that still don't make sense to me. Like, so for example, the fact that he's put all of these points into dexterity on this build. Very interesting, right? Like, insane. Very creative. All these little intricacies. And even the fact that he knows that his damage calculation on Blade Fury doesn't appear to be as high as it really is. Almost like in grief fashion, right? Your grief damage on your character screen, it doesn't accurately reflect how much damage you actually do. Apparently, that's the same thing with Blade Fury. And Max knows about these things. He knows how much calculated damage he actually does. And it's impressive, man. It's very, very impressive. He's a very skilled Sin player. Yeah, IBS still exists. Invisible projectiles still exist. So you can still get Invisi-Hammered, Invisible Bone Spirit, invisible guideds are a thing. Invisible projectiles are a thing now. Basically, if they're launched... Oh my god, what a comeback from Max! What a comeback from Max! He just 90%'d that Necro in a matter of seconds. My fucking word, I love this build. I love it, dude. I thought he was dead. I'm like, he's one spirit away. He's one spirit away for the last 5-10 minutes of his duel. And the Necro had not been touched in so long, he'd practically fully healed. And then Max just, boom, one exchange, connects, dead. Yeah, name this chart Batman. Yep. Yeah, he has been known to use a bow sin too. He actually has a bow on this character that he will use in certain matchups. But what he's using right now is Blade Fury. Yeah, Max is an insanely creative Sin player. Insanely creative. Yeah, he's so good, dude. Just knows all the intricacies. And honestly, that pays a lot of dividends, man. He doesn't have like the absolute perfect gear for this Sin. He just knows the intricacies of how to duel with it, the strategy, his opponent's weaknesses, his strengths in certain matchups. And that type of knowledge in PvP goes a long way. Yeah, like look at this. Bar tucks. Guys using bar tucks. Some weird ass claw. Like, and we're not talking like a claw that you'd see on a ghost sin or a trap sin. Like probably one I would have charsied. Shit you not. It's like 2 to assassin skills, 40 IAS, and maybe the Fool's mod. I think that's all it has. I would have charsied that. And he's just like, yeah, good enough for this build. Just absolutely insane. He's so good. You can learn a lot just from like chatting with this guy, dueling with him. And this version of his Sin right here, when he goes to pub games and he's not dueling in the DFC, he actually has a whole different version that he uses in some matchups, which is equally as fun to watch. He actually has Last Wish that he uses, to give him the Might Aura for even more devastating hits, but also he can proc Life Tap with Blade Fury and heal back life like a madman, dude. It's insane. You might be right. You might be right about that, Crafter. There might be some ED there. Like, they're not horrible claws, but not ones that I would even take a second look at, to tell you the truth. Yeah, this build is crazy. The Last Wish version of it is demoralizing. Oh my gosh. And with such a low life pool on this guy, too, like, any of those hits from Life Tap are practically fully healing you. Which is demoralizing for your opponent who doesn't know that you only have 2k life. It's like demoralizing for him to see it. It's even more demoralizing when you factor in, the claw block from an assassin. It's very demoralizing. Oh yeah, no doubt. Claws are so expensive. I question how much. My first question after this ladder resets is, how many PvP rule sets are going to ban Plague? The Claw Plague. The DFC will not ban it. But I know there's other rule sets out there that don't like the cleansing, and they're just like, ban it, ban it. But dude, man, that's the best rune word they've come up with in a very long time. And it kind of puts Sins gear-wise at an even keel. You no longer have to have 200, 300,000 forum gold to even compete on that level anymore. Suddenly there's a rune word that you can get if you find a nice base, which is still pretty expensive. And, you can compete. It's got everything you need. And I question, A, how many rule sets are going to keep that around? But B, if they do, what's going to be the status of Sins when that type of claw is more easily accessible? I mean, I certainly will be putting a Sin together and, trying my luck with it. I probably won't be any good because I'm not good, but it will be fun to see what that kind of, what kind of devastation that can bring when, you mix in so much damage and deadly strike with Whirlwind. Plague Javelin is way more OP than Rune Word. I mean, Plague Javelin's really good. If you ever connect on somebody with Plague Javelin, they're going down really quick. But the problem with Plague Javelin is if your opponent in PvP is prepared for it, like if they stack up PLR and they stack up their poison resist, they can escape it. Like they can get away with not taking much damage from it, even if you have a really, really high damage Plague Javelin. But the attacks on a Sin are so diversified in the first place that having something like Plague could really open up a lot of doors. Demoralizing is the best way to describe dueling him. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, that's any good dueler. Like, you've met a good dueler in the Moor if it is demoralizing to play against them. Going back to the duel with Farmer tonight, I was demoralized after the first round when I got him to 1 life and I couldn't kill him. I knew from my PvP experience and my own skill level, I do not have what it takes to deal this final point of damage if he continues playing like this. He knew it too, and it was demoralizing. It wasn't the gear that he had. It was just the way he played. I cannot kill him. Like, you know, so you're dueling a good dueler at that point. And Max is the same way. Like, he knows things you don't know. Oh my god, dude! That's 4 wins for Max, boys! That's 4 wins for Max! Oh my god! Max might get there. Max might pull it off. Oh shit, dude. I knew it was gonna happen. As soon as we saw Demented start walking down and firing back, I'm like, that's the wrong fucking thing to do. You do not want to do that. If you have Max's Sin on your screen as a Necro that can only have 42% block, you want to do one thing, and that's get the fuck out of there, dude. You do not want to be associated with that exchange in the slightest. I knew I thought he might get like 90%ed or something before he teleported away. But nah, man, he caught the whole thing. That is so nasty. Even with max block on Paladin with 4,600 life, those blades almost 3 hit me. Yeah, max block, max DR. I think I got like 3-4 hitted with those. Like, not much you could do, man. They do a lot of damage. They do a lot of damage. And he can also cut you open. He can deal poison damage to you. He can deal crushing blow to you. There's so much devastation behind Blade Fury. I really like it. Like, it's a perfect example of a skill that nobody used, that they beefed up, and it was a good call. Like, it makes it so that there can be fun, crazy builds like this in PvP. Sure, they're not like top tier and broken, but they're viable in the right hands. Like, and that's really all you can ask for in D2 right now. Just give us a build that, if you have a good player and someone who understands it, it's viable. It's like the best change we can ask for. Oh my god, and he does it again! I think that's 5 wins for Max. I think that's it. I think that's it, dude. Max takes it with the Blade Fury Sin. Beating a top 10 contender in Demented on the best build in the game. That was insane. Max uses trap charms to up the damage of his Blade Fury. And then basically a collection of other random charms. Life. Yeah, he'll probably show it off here. Yeah, he's got 1 Shadow Disciplines in there for probably Claw Block. You know, just to get his Claw Block up an extra %. Oh my god, man. What a day for Blade Sins. What a day for Blade Sins. Hits the 105 cast. Oh my god, man. Or the 102 cast breakpoint. 86% FHR is what he goes for. That's interesting. Still going with that breakpoint. Holy shit. And you can see how many points he's dumped into dexterity here. This is crazy. I'm so pumped to see this win. Wow. Against literally the most OP build and a top 10 opponent in Demented. Demented just went for the title last week, man. Oh my god. What a win for Max. Holy shit. That is absolutely insane. Wow. GG, fellas. Holy hell. That was insane. I'm impressed. Very, very impressed. All right, boys. I think that's going to do it for tonight. I still got some work to do for tomorrow. I'm hoping to have a video out for you guys tomorrow. I'm going to work hard tonight to try to get it done. I still got a lot to do. So be on the lookout for it. Hope you enjoy it, man. Leave a like on it. Comment for the algorithm. And, you know, let me know what you think more than anything. Give me your honest thoughts. But yeah, no Venom. Yeah, I don't think it transfers over. I'm not 100% sure. I think we talked about it a couple weeks ago. I have it on one of the previous streams. Check that out on the YouTube channel. There's like these DFC Unlimited streams. It's a secret playlist on the main page, and we have all of these streams that we put up on there. Yeah, he has 1 point into Venom, but he's showing it off right now. What a good dude. Yeah, he focuses on Shadow Master and Mind Blast because he wants his Shadow Master to cast Mind Blast. Oh, what a build. What a build. GG. Wow, man. Amazing. Max, congratulations on an amazing win. And thank you guys for joining me.